going on at Congress, and we all have to make sure that we're presenting that argument that Indian country is still there, we still have significant needs, and we still need more federal funding. And I think that's the one reason why TIBIC is so important, and that's one reason why I continue to come to these meetings year after year after year. Even though I get frustrated, I still come because I still feel that this is the proper forum to do that in. So let's don't diminish that. Let's keep that going forward. Let's make things better. And Jason, I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much for that. I come from the eastern Oklahoma region, about 20 Indian tribes there. Over half of them are impacted by the McGirt decision. I would like to see the Bureau of Indian Affairs take a tougher stance with the McGirt decision when they submit budget requests to Congress. Right now, the McGirt decision has basically been a decision made by Congress, not by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. We need more support in that area. And again, the reason I bring that up is 10 tribes, of the 20 tribes in my region, 10 are impacted by McGirt. So that's one big issue that I strongly advocate for. And I agree with what Rick said at the beginning. We need to have a discussion about having enough people at the federal level to get the federal funds down to Indian country. It was a problem in the previous administration. It didn't happen overnight, but we have got to have that discussion of getting the federal funds to Indian country where it matters. There has to be more awarding officials. There has to be more certifications. There has to be people at the agency level and the region level to process all of those claims, those applications, provide technical support, so on and so forth. When I need assistance from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, I don't call central office. I call my local agency. And if they don't have the answer, then they call the regional office. And usually I get the answer from there. I rarely call central office. Actually, when I look back in the 10 years that I've worked for the tribe, I've never called the central office. So understand that the agency level and the regional level for the Indian tribes are very important to us. At least it is in my region. And I have a great regional director in Eddie Streeter. If I don't have the answer, I call his office, he gets it to me. So I understand other regions have different problems. I get that, but I'm just telling you right now, in my region, we have no issues, but we need staff. And if the Bureau of Indian Affairs continues to offer people the opportunity to retire or to take these buyouts, we're just going to continue to lose more people. And that's going to impact the Indian tribes. That's going to impact the tribal citizens. We've already had complaints of people calling saying we can't get this from the BIA, we can't get that from the BIA. Well, I'll see what I can do for you. So again, just take that into consideration. I agree with Rick. I'd like to have that discussion sometime today. It might be a tough discussion, but that's why we're here. We're here to have tough discussions. I've yet to run into a budget-related issue that's not a tough discussion. Anytime you talk about money, it's going to get tough. But if we keep it respectful, if we keep it civil, we can have that back and forth communication. We might not agree with each other, that's fine. But as long as we have that communication with each other, that's what I want. So thank you for giving me this time. And again, please, as the Bureau of Indian Affairs moves forward with how we're going to do these in the future, just understand they are important, they are critical, and we need to continue them into the future. And again, I'll do everything I can on my side to support you guys, because I do want to have that partnership. I think it's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Palmer. And Palmer is a good reflection of what Tafuna was talking about earlier as a former BIA employee, now a leader in this community. Kiki Kara was up next, and then we'll go to Chairman Siki.
So first of all, thank you, Palmer, for those comments. I agree with a lot of what he just had to offer. First of all, my apologies for being tardy this morning. I don't know who to blame for shutting all these streets down around here, but it made me walk 7 blocks with all my baggage and get all sweaty, so I'm resetting myself right now. A couple things I want to respond to that were said this morning, and is more of a reiteration of some comments that I offered yesterday. So first, I heard a comment when I walked in here about thoughtfulness about how we spend our money, and I do understand that. For a variety of reasons, I've been doing a lot of reflecting on this work that we're doing together, and a couple of things I want to share with you all that are a product of that reflection. And being here in this town this week, you can't go anywhere and not be surrounded by all the 250th information that surrounds us. For those that don't know, my primary capacity in which my tribal nations employ me is to be an advocate. That's what I do. And what we routinely run up against, whether it's at the local level, whether it's with friends, relatives, Congress, administration, doesn't matter, is there is a fundamental lack of understanding of who we are and what our history is together, and where those obligations originate. And I know sometimes we can use language very loosely, but I am pleased to hear over the last day or two the repeated use of obligation. And our hope that eventually starts replacing need language. We are not a needy people. We are a deserving people. We are deserving of those obligations that are due to us. So when we're having a conversation about being thoughtful about how we spend money, I would ask that we step back even further from the very micro position of TIBIC and think about it as a country. So in this 250th moment, and we oftentimes know that timing is everything. I also heard a comment about paternalism earlier in somebody's comments. This is the moment that I hope, at this 250th marker in this evolution and journey of this country, that it finally chooses and decides to honor those obligations. In many ways, that would erase the need to have these very sort of conversations. They would change naturally, because all we are doing right now is trying to fight for the scraps. And the thing I want to reiterate from yesterday, and I mean no disrespect to anybody in saying this, but using public safety and justice as an example, whether your need for police officers is 3 police officers or 300, every single sovereign tribal nation that's in this diplomatic relationship is deserved of what that obligation is. So I get very disheartened when I see us fighting with each other as if to suggest the other's obligation isn't as necessary. The processes, and I want to highlight what Palmer offered, there's consequences for these processes. And I mentioned yesterday that these processes over time, decades and centuries, have conditioned us. They have conditioned us in such a way that we become happy because maybe this other agency got a decrease, but we were flat funded, or we got a 5% increase funding. But I can tell you right now, sitting next to Lisa, 5% increase in your public safety justice line item isn't going to change the realities on your ground. It's just not, or in any of our communities. And until we realize that and push for greater obligation fulfillment, a lot of these disparities across the board, A to Z, are never going to change. So what I'm hopeful is in this moment when you all are reassessing the usefulness, the activity of this space, that we choose to use this space in a fundamentally different way than we've ever chosen to use it before. Because human nature, people are adverse to change, right? Any country is no exception to that. We hold on to these things, we use language that come from a colonial paternalistic space. We routinely use it without even questioning it, and it feeds into that problem. So until we escape from those norms and start redefining how we engage in a space, we're never going to return to that diplomacy model that we all talk about. The last 2 points I would make, I heard a comment about communication. So I and others expressed yesterday, and I don't mean to harp on this, but it's important if we're going to have a communication conversation. I received, as a TIBIC rep, 0 communication from the department leading up to this event. 0. Yet I walk into this room today, and I'm placed at the front of the table with no knowledge about why I'm sitting here at the front of the table. I don't know. That's a communication deficiency. Nobody took the time to tell me what my role would be today. The last thing I would say is messaging matters. So the reason that we've been focusing on putting forward full funding budgets is to make sure that all these Americans, Congress, the administration, knows how miserable it is failing in fulfillment of trust and treaty obligations. And you don't have to even believe any country. Just look at USCCR's 2003 and 18 Quiet Crisis and Broken Promises report. In 15 years between those two reports, it reported that the United States is doing a worse job than it did 15 years prior. And I suspect if there was another report done in 2026, it would say the same thing. So it is not okay in a space like this, where there's an opportunity to tell the masses where funding is compared to where it should be, to put forward budgets that decrease, never mind, increase, and then say to us, go talk to Congress to fix it. That's not okay. That's not fulfillment of trust and treaty obligations. And I understand the process is dictated and defined by the likes of OMB. But you also are in this relationship with us who have responsibility to say, this is nowhere near what it should be, and this is the consequence. Not only for Indian country, but for American citizens across this country. And we allow it to happen. So until we choose to prioritize this relationship, until we choose to prioritize this obligation that is at the core of this relationship, in this moment again of 250th of talking about and celebrating all these things that we're about to celebrate, it's hard as an Indigenous person to partake in that when the very first promise goes unfulfilled. But I'm torn, right? I am a proud American citizen. I am a proud Cheyenne and Arapaho citizen. I want my nation to do good. So my job as an advocate is to speak to that directly, respectfully, authentically, honestly, all those things. So I'm hopeful that as this TIPIC process evolves, that our federal partner, who the whole system looks to as the expert in this relationship, stops allowing budgets to go forward that don't paint the accurate picture of truly what's going on the ground, which is deplorable and despicable. And until we fix that, we're going to continue having these sorts of conversations. So, again, as I said yesterday, it's not a matter whether the most wealthy nation that history has ever known has the financial means to do it. It's a matter of want, will, and desire to do it. And that's what we hope evolves from these sorts of conversations through more education and better understanding. Thank you.
Thanks, Kiki. Chairman Siki.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Darrell G. Siki, Senior, Red Lake Nation. I've been here for going on 25 years as co-chair. Four 3-year terms as a treasurer, 4 3-year terms as a chairman. And since I've been a co-chair, I've been with me and my co-chair lady here. We represent 35 tribes, okay? So every year when we have budget formulation, we submit our priorities over and over and over again. A lot of times I'm very disappointed because we don't get what we want, what our needs are for our people. To me, yet it's all talk, no action. We all tribal leaders present what their needs are, but yet we're not heard. Like somebody said, 5%, 10%. Going on 25 years to serve our people, law enforcement, courts, fire department, family and children's services. Our children need help as well. The future leaders. Year after year, I stand here and talk to you, talk to different leaders from the federal government. Over and over, I tell our stories, the stories of shortfalls. Sure, you give us increases. It's not enough to fight the war on crime, fentanyl, and meth that's hurting our members. That's not enough. Here's the United States Constitution right here in my hand. And here's our treaties right there. Our chiefs sat down with 3 commissioners over and over. They gave up millions and millions of land, trees, water, wildlife. And what do we get? They put us on a reservation. Promises. The United States Constitution adopted the treaties on Article 6. Article 6 says supreme law of the land. But yet, the federal government is failing for decades. It's time the United States government step up the promises they gave to tribes. All the lands our chiefs had to give up. And that's the fact. Do the right thing. Tell your bosses, we got to acknowledge those treaties for our tribes here in the United States. Alaska. Nice and quiet, huh? Yeah, but that's what you got to do. Tell your bosses, this is what the tribes need. We're failing the tribes. You take care of other countries. What about us? What about the tribes that are being forgotten? Give us millions and billions of dollars so we can survive. We don't have enough, like in Red Lake, we're shortfall on law enforcement. $1 million every year. We're shortfall in courts. And we have 2 fire departments. We only get 42,500. And we got large base land. We got 17,000 members, 17,000 plus members. It's not enough to serve our people. Sure, we got gaming, but we live in a remote area. What we use our gaming is for jobs, operation for our programs that you guys, the federal government should be funding. Yet, whatever we give, it's not enough. But you got the federal government, the United States government make promises, do the right thing, and do what you have to do for us. I want to apologize to anyone if I'm saying the wrong thing, but that's just how I am. I'm representing our people. I'm representing 35 tribes in the Midwest region. And I'm asking you guys, tell your bosses here, tell them to do the right thing for the tribes in the United States that were first Americans, they call. Don't forget, some of you are from a tribe. You must know what their shortfalls are, what their needs are. Come on, man. Young ladies there, advocate what we're doing for our people. No, you deliver the message. Advocate for us and do the right thing. Should we go to President? Oh, me.
Chairman. So we do have time for another 1 or 2 comments. Yeah, let's go to Frank first, and then we'll go to Buster, and then Pete.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, TVAC, I should say. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing up here. But I do have concerns. One of the things that we were discussing about this structure here. And I know that we did a lot of lobbying during my first administration. I mentioned that yesterday. And I think we did a pretty good job of voicing for our law enforcement issues as far as getting the attention. But as far as results, I don't see any. So one of the reasons I wanted to speak this morning was about that. I want to know what is this body doing with all the information receiving, and where does it go from here? What are the feds that sit on Tibet? What are they reporting to Congress? I want to see a report of what you guys are telling them. And if we do get a response, because I don't think we do. At least I haven't. All I hear is from my congressionals telling me, oh, we got a 30% increase in law enforcement. But you know what? Probably got about that much coming to our reservations in the Great Plains, which ain't nothing. Can't even provide an extra officer. So that's why I decided to pull away from a lot of these organizations, these two largest organizations, and start lobbying myself for my tribe and large tribes, treaty tribes, because we feel that our voices are not being heard. And it shows. It really shows. And we suffer from that. People die. People dying every day because of the results of it. To me, it seems like the squeakiest wheel gets the grease. You know, a lot of these tribes that sit on these boards here in Washington, they don't speak for the Oglala Sioux tribe anymore. So if you see our name on any of these boards or someone voicing for us, it's not valid to me. And you should stop using our information, our data, our examples, because it's hurting us ultimately. We have a lot of powerful data of unmet needs. And nobody's doing a damn thing about it. And it shows. And I'm sure you guys get all the reports. I'm talking to the Fed side. You see all that data. You tell us, we're going to do this, but I don't see any reports. You know, this year we're going to go into litigation with the United States government, and I'm going to make sure, damn sure, that there's no action being taken from this day forward. With all the power I have invested in me by my people. Because it's time we start to see results. We're in a new generation. We're in a new world here. A lot of this stems from the lack of treaty obligation. Everyday life, on our reservation, our large land-based reservations, we have to live with death, crime, drugs, alcohol. Our children are born with this. These never stem from our people. They were created by the lack of resources, the lack of treaty obligation. And today, I can honestly say, I have 9 districts, and all 9 do not have any kind of mental health, behavioral health resources because we do not have funding. Hell, I could tell this to IHS until I'm blue in the face. IHS tells us their hands are tied. They're very limited. Or they're backlogged. They can't get people hired. But yet we hear the secretary tell us different, that there are jobs available. Well, you know what? The Oglala Sioux tribe had to take steps, their own measures. So how do we strategize and fight back? So we declare our reservation a remote area. And you'll be getting that resolution from the Oglala Sioux tribe that we need more funding. Because as stated, some of our reservations are so remote from cities, resources. Nobody wants to come to our reservation and work. Hell, look it up, Google it. It tells you not to go to Pine Ridge after dark. That's how fed up I am. And this is my second administration where I've been pushing law enforcement issues because I think that's where we need to start. We need to stop the crime coming in. I can't even get cameras on my reservation. I can't even get cameras for my officers. Let alone the broke down police cars. They have to drive on unapproved roads every day. Covering a 3 million acre reservation. And now, look at the price of gas. Puts an even bigger dent on the unmet or the lack of resources. And I don't think this body here is considering those things. They tell us not to. We go with, or to pick Democrats or Republicans. We go with who is in office. But this administration's been very, very difficult to navigate. This is why we pulled out a COPE. This is why we pulled out a NCAI. Hell, I might even pull out a TVIC and take my flag home. I need to see some action now. That's all I got. Thank you.
Buster?
Thank you. Hello, Buster Adbury, Kurduk Chairman. We're located in Northern California. I am the Pacific Region representative, which is all the tribes in California, all 109 of the tribes in California. So, with that being said, I hope I'm representing all the tribes in California. I will stick to what I've said yesterday, and I hope the message was help us help you. We feel that there's if we receive the funding that we need, consultation is very important. We invite you to come out and consult with us to see what we do out there. As you know, California gets devastated by fires. The Kurduk headquarters are in Happy Camp, California. In 2000, we lost half the town of Happy Camp, and then we all know about Pacific Palisades and the LA fires that happened down there. When Randy Moore is now retired as the United States Forest Service chief, he did come out and consult with us. He came out with the undersecretary at the time, and we did a tour of the Happy Camp area it was after the Slater fire. And when he left, his proclamation was that we must get out into Indian country and consult with these tribes and learn more about tribal ecological knowledge. It's not we should, we must. It was a process we did for thousands of years. and it worked great. We didn't have these devastating fires. 150 years ago, it was outlawed. These results we have today. The TBIC, I think you've heard loud and clear the importance of TBIC. We need to have an adaptive process. We talked a lot about streamlining. There was executive orders that were passed about streamlining the grant process, making the application easier, the reporting easier, help doing that, funding doing that. I haven't seen any of that. I haven't seen that made easier. We're a grant tribe. We manage over 200 grants. That's, we have very few enterprises that, some, but not a lot, generate a revenue. We have a casino, but it's a small casino. We're considered a limited gaming tribe. So we have less than 350 machines that we own and operate. So while it does produce some revenue stream, it's not, you know, we have 3,700 members. We struggle to help our elders and help our education department go on to higher education. So I would like to see, so it's the adaptive process I talked about is the fires. We have and we've operated a TREX program. We have a Women in TREX. It's a tribal program that we train other agencies on how to use fire to prevent and to reduce the fuels for other fires. We've received a $10 million grant from the state. It would be great if the federal government could work together with them. We need more funds to complete that project. It's a huge project that will benefit everybody. The idea they can come from wherever and get trained on how to reduce these fires. So, and again, the consultation project came out. You would learn that the Karuk tribe hasn't been sitting idly by all this time. They've written a adaptive process to reducing these fuels because it has to. After 150 years of not having that process that the indigenous people used, there has to be an adaptive process because the landscape's different. So we wrote a climate adaptation plan. We wrote a Good Fire 1, a Good Fire 2 report. They are out there and it explains what needs to be done, what we do, and how we should be able to work together with the federal government. So again, my message is to see that we get the funding and that will help us help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Buster. I think, Pete, you had your hand up. Maybe one last comment from Pete, and then Eugenia, and then Ron. Okay. So we're about 15 minutes over, so try to wrap it up with those three final comments, if that's okay.
I got it.
Go ahead.
So I'm going to tell you right away, I'm not here to complain. I'm not. I've worked with most of you, and I know that every day you guys do everything you can to uphold trust responsibility. So I'm not even going to go down there. Until last September, I was the chief forester for the Bureau of Indian Affairs. I would serve a little bit of time with Brian as his chief of staff and with the previous director, Darrell LeCount, as chief of staff. Special assistant with Jonna, deputy bureau director. So I've been on both sides of this. I understand how this works. What I would like to see as an improvement is that we need to look within the TIP and figure out how we organize better to take our message to the appropriators. Because I honestly believe everybody sitting up there does absolutely everything they can to help us get where we need to go. I want to see us take a moment to figure out how it is that we as a group get that message to the appropriators and fight for a budget there. So that's what I want to say. Thanks. And I'm a forester, so I believe brevity is bliss.
That's right. Thanks. Thanks, Pete. Eugenia.
Good morning, and thank you for being in attendance once again. My apologies, I know that we're usually allowed to sit at the table. I kind of wrote out what I wanted to say so that I make sure to hit all of the points that I want to say at this time. So yesterday, I appreciate you listening to us on how we can improve the TIBIC process. I appreciate, you listening to the different tribes who have come forward. I still stand with the fact that the TIBIC process is not working. And so I know that I gave you the reasons as to why they're not working, so I'm hoping that you guys can address those. Now I kind of want to shift gears and I want to talk a little bit about the budget. Everyone here in this room can attest to the budget not being enough. Our needs in Indian country, they grow every year. It's hard hearing from Washington, D.C. that there is no funding or not enough money to address issues in Indian country. In this room, we have land-based tribes, treaty tribes, PL-280 tribes, new tribes that have been added to the Department of Interior, old tribes that have been a part of the Department of Interior for hundreds of years. We all come to Washington, D.C. to tell you what we are getting is not enough. It's hard to believe that there is no money to help tribes. It's hard to believe because we're hearing that $29 billion is being used right now for the Iran war. $1 to $2 billion a day. $85 billion was given to ICE. $220 million of taxpayers' funds for an advertising campaign. Our people come here almost every day, every month, every year to ask for help. They have been those who have stated on the record both yesterday and this morning that public safety is a concern. Prevention is the key. We know that. Since being on TIBIC, the Public Safety Committee has provided recommendations that will help our people. Reducing the age of recruitment from 21 to 18 was a recommendation that we made about 2 years ago. This is not a law that requires only 21-year-olds to be hired as police officers. It's a regulation. A regulation that this department can choose to change or implement. If this was a law, please explain to me how our high school children are allowed to be recruited when they're 17 or 18 years old to serve in the U.S. militaries. Be mindful that the American Indians have the highest number per capita of enlistment than anyone else. And we don't have to be drafted to serve this country and to protect our people. We also asked for assistance from the department, asking if we could start discussions on the factors or the criteria you use to determine funding, and to date, that has not happened. You want to create a partnership with tribes? Then sit down with us and let's discuss funding formulas you created which affect our people. Tell us what we need to do to have these discussions. We advocate on the Hill for the Department of Interior because we know that you can't advocate for us, but you can help us. You can share information with us that will help us to build our advocacy message. Last week, I was on the Hill for Police Week. Navajo Nation advocated for direct spending for contract support costs in both Bureau of Indian Affairs and Bureau of Indian Education. And we also advocated to ask for our tribal priority allocations, our TPA, to be restored, which was taken from us in 1999 with a recommendation that was given in a 1997 final report. Thank you, Palmer, for your assistance on that. If TPA was put back into our budget, we could use those funds where they were needed to address public safety. I believe per the 1997 final report language, that money was taken away because the money wasn't being used for what it was intended for. We've asked Congress to restore those funds and to narrowly state where those TPA funds could be used specifically for public safety. As has been stated, we are sharing our numbers, but nothing is being done. We heard about the 3% increase that happened, I believe it was in 1999, which was, actually, no. It happened in 2022. Everybody was excited about it, everybody was happy about it, but there was an increase in BIA in 2022, but only 3% went to public safety and justice. It went to the base funding increase for Indian tribes, which meant 191 Indian tribes had to share that funding in order to address public safety issues in their communities. I get really frustrated hearing about the administration and the good work that they're doing for MMIW, and we appreciate that, but our people shouldn't have to wait to get services until after they go missing or until after they're found murdered. Our people deserve to have that service now. And like Oglala, Navajo Nation is exercising and using our sovereignty. Another recommendation that we made to the department was to recognize the Navajo Nation Police Academy. With our own police academy that we've opened, we are graduating between 20 to 40 officers a year, but it's not recognized by the Department of Interior. We are not receiving any type of federal funds for our own police academy. It is being funded internally by the Navajo Nation, and that's how much we believe in our public safety, our people, and our officers. This body has provided so many recommendations to the department, but the department has not moved on any of those recommendations, nor have they communicated with us on what they are planning to do with these recommendations that we're giving you. We're not coming here to Washington, D.C. and telling you this is your responsibility, this is all your fault. I believe that every tribe at one time or another has come forward to say, we need help, let's help each other. And as was stated earlier, let's build that relationship. So we're asking you right now to help us to build that relationship. If you can't give us the funding that we need to address issues in our community, talk to us, share information. Let us know how we can help. If you can't go to the Hill and advocate for us, tell us how we can advocate for you. Give us some ideas. Let us know how we can address these issues. We appreciate the report and the testimonies that are provided by the Department of Interior. We ask that the numbers that we share with all of you, with what's happening in our communities, are used during that time to let Congress know that these are really happening in our community. These things are happening in our community. All we're asking for is communication, a two-way form of communication. We'll do what we need to do to advocate for our people, but we need help. And we can't do that when information is not being shared with us, or when information is being, or when decisions are being decided by the department without any consultation from tribes. So I appreciate you, again, sitting here. There are other issues I know that Navajo right now is trying to deal with. We still have the Navajo agricultural product industry that's still receiving less money than what they used to. That hasn't been addressed. We've got settlements, and other tribes here in the room also have settlements, that have been adjudicated through the courts, and these settlements have not been paid out. We've got issues with, of course, other agencies, and we've asked you to come, to have those agencies come before us to report to us as well. Federal Bureau of Investigations, Department of Justice, Indian Health Services, to have them come forward, because what's happening in this room, the issues that we're talking about, doesn't just affect Department of Interior, and it doesn't just affect tribes. It affects all agencies that have a obligation, a treaty obligation, to protect our people and to provide services that you all promised in exchange for land. So we're asking you right now again to help us. Help us help you. Talk to us, communicate with us, let us know what we can do. Share information with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugenia. And Ron for the final comment for this portion.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. Brian, thank you. I think that all of the speakers raised good issues and strong arguments for the trust treaty obligations to Indian country. And I know we're here today to identify the priorities and the needs of Indian country for your 2028 budget. And so without a doubt, the large land-based tribes make a compelling argument because of their unique issues, but I will also make the same argument for the small tribes who have the same issues, they're just in smaller communities. So I personally have a high appreciation for how we refine this system and our priorities. So the ranking that we did for next year, 2027, which ranks the strengthening tribal communities, number 1, public safety and justice, number 2, trust and natural resources, number 3, economic development, number 4, education, number 5, trust land water rights management, number 6, construction, number 7, resource management construction was number 8. I still support those priorities, but we have to underscore the many issues underneath the umbrella of each of those categories that are unique to each of the tribes. So I really think that we're going in the right direction. And so I personally, from the Northwest perspective, we look at this from what we think of as the political realities of today. What is it we can realistically, reasonably ask, even though the number we need is many-fold over what we certainly currently get? So I would advocate that we push for 10% increase. Eugenia talked about the 3% a few years ago. I don't know exactly what it is in the last couple of years, but we just need the administration to advocate within its interior budget a 10% increase. Now that puts us in competition with the other agencies. We fully understand that, and we understand the complexity of the system with OMB, the White House, and the executive branch as we continue to champion for more in the congressional branch. To try to get what we think we really need. I also would underscore Rick's point as far as an ask goes, that we would ask the administration seek an exemption from the 1-to-4 ratio on hiring versus reducing FTEs. The point is that the Bureau is underfunded and under-resourced to carry out its trust obligations to the tribes categorically through all your different programs. So we want an exemption. We want to start backfilling the lost institutional knowledge that we've lost in the last year. And so that, to me, that's going to be a big issue and a big ask as a priority going into 2028. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. And just for those that want to have further comments, we do have a block later this afternoon of 2 hours to talk about budget priorities, so you will have other opportunities this afternoon. But I'm going to hand it off to Sharon and Randy here in a moment. But before we do that, because I heard 3 different individuals ask about staffing at the BIA. I think Ron just did, Palmer did earlier, and so did Rick. So I'll take just a few minutes of privilege here as the kind of co-MC to give you all an update of where we're at on staffing. So as you all recall, the president back in October issued a memorandum that lifted the federal hiring freeze across the federal government, but put some requirements in place. And two of those requirements are that each department has a strategic hiring committee. And I think Mike, actually, who's left now, he is on that committee along with other very senior leaders within the department. So we've completed that first requirement. And then the second requirement is that each bureau and each hallway develops an annual staffing plan. So 2 weeks ago, we had our annual staffing plan approved by the Strategic Hiring Committee, and we are about to go forth and hire about 400 additional new hires, so new bodies that will be joining our workforce. Additionally, we're going to have hundreds of internal merit promotions, so internal hires where people will get internally promoted into some of the various leadership vacancies that we have across the department. So if you go on USA Jobs now, today, you'll see there's over 100 positions in the BIA that are advertised. Largely are law enforcement and public safety positions that are on there right now. You will see over the coming weeks as we execute on the staffing plan, many, many more of these vacancies being advertised as we try to recruit and fill. Important to note that in these initial 400 or so positions that we're going to be filling, we're looking really at the agencies, the field level, entry level, early career individuals. We need that next cadre, next generation of Bureau of Indian Affairs employees. So they're largely 5, 7, 9, 11s, the worker bees, if you will, of our workforce. Those are where we're filling. So many agencies where you all are at, you have 1 or 2 people, and it's been really a hard time for the past few years. That's where we're looking to fill first. So the good news is that we have some cavalry on the way, if you will. We have some people that we will hopefully be able to recruit and fill. But we need your help, right? Like we need your help recruiting, getting these people, these positions filled. Because let's be honest, the BIA does not have the greatest reputation as a place to work. It's a difficult job. So we need your help, right? Recruiting and filling these positions. Young Native professionals that are coming out of college, we would love for them to come join our workforce, cut their teeth with us for 5 or 10 years, and then go work for you all in your communities, right? But we are, because of our requirements around Indian preference and locality and the very kind of cumbersome hiring process that we have to actively recruit to get the talent to apply. And so while we have 400 new bodies that we're trying to fill, I'm concerned that we're going to be able to fill them. And because we're competing many times for the same people in these communities. And so we really need your help recruiting and filling these
One of the
positions.
things would be helpful if we can eliminate the teleworking restriction. Teleworking works. So I know that there's frustration with it in the administration, but it can help you recruit talent.
Yeah, and I'll take that back, Ron. There has been more global telework and return, Michelle, I'll beat you in a second, requirements. So we have brought people back into offices across the country. We are not likely to be advertising remote work. Telework is still an option situationally for our employees, so we still do have some flexibility to allow people to telework when they need to for, tomorrow I have an HVAC tech coming to my condo here in DC, so I need to work a couple hours from home, and I'll do that tomorrow, so the HVAC tech can fix my AC. I don't want to be through these days without my AC working, obviously, so, but yes, I hear you on that, but let's go to Michelle.
So just on your question about getting the workforce that you need, and a lot of the requirements are a higher degree of education, right? And of course now there's a whole shift on education, but we brought it up before, the TRIO program, that's first generation people that are getting assistance with their education, but it's only to that associate level. It doesn't carry through their entire education to a bachelor's or a master's or a doctorate degree. And how can we expand that? And also a question to you, do you also recruit at TCUs? You know, I mean, that could be an avenue.
and-
We try to use, and we don't want you to take all our good quality people that we want for us, but we need them there with you as well. So just,
Yeah, and to answer your question, Michelle, directly, yes, I do a lot of recruiting at TCUs and colleges and universities. So I go to the native student unions at different universities and just try to meet with the students there that are part of the Native American student unions and recruit them. We have a very lucrative Pathways program, it's called. It's essentially a way for enrolled tribal members that are in college to intern with us while they're still in college, and we will repay their student loans. And that's been a very good pipeline for us, getting talent in the door.
Right.
So that is going to be open and available going forward again, too. Yeah, Frank, please.
I want to yield some time to Cecilia, a few minutes.
Well, first of all, I want to thank all of you at the table for patiently sitting there listening to us. Thank you. And it takes a lot of work to listen and hear. To say a Fire Thunder Oglala tribe, I came to D.C. in 1976 for my first lobbying experience to get the Indian healthcare bill passed. How cool is that? So I've been around for a long time. I want to speak to tribal leaders today. You know, the role of tribal leadership is great. I see such a high turnover amongst tribal leadership in the last 40 years. It seems like when somebody learns something, then they get voted out, and then that knowledge goes by the wayside. I'd like to encourage tribal leadership to create a process within their tribe to make sure there are people who are working in your tribe and all of these programs to be your experts and to go to them for guidance. I see tribal leadership turning over time after time. I see them coming here working, and the next time they're gone, somebody replaced them. So the challenge for me, the challenge for consistency is tribal leadership needs to take a hard look at making sure that their leadership and data is consistent, because again, that's what is going to make it happen. So sometimes we learn something and we lobby for it, work at it, and then that leadership is gone, so we're starting at square one. Do you understand what I'm saying? So tribal leadership, you need to really take a hard look at how you're doing at your local level to make sure there's consistency, that budget process and understanding how things work, okay? The other thing with tribal leadership is not all tribal leaders come to DC. Not all tribal leaders participate at these types of functions, and that is their utmost responsibility. If you're talking treaty obligations, get yourself to DC, get to know your process, get to know your senators and Congress people. I'm 80 years old, so I can be very forceful when I say things. So in my culture, I can get away with this. How many of you know that? Yeah. It's part of my culture to be bossy. Got it? Okay. The other thing is the co-chairs of TBAC. I have a lot of respect for you co-chairs, but you need to do a better job of communicating with us. You need to use the current process of all of this internet to talk to us at our region, not just at TBAC. If you're co-chairs of TBAC, you have a great responsibility to assure that all of our voices are heard. So that means that as co-chairs of TBAC, you're going to have to work harder to communicate with every region in the United States, because treaty obligation is every region in the United States. And we want you to make sure, I want you to make sure that you communicate with us. There's a lot of issues and challenging and persons that are co-chair of TBAC. This is a good criticism, because there's a lot of concerns about the leadership of TBAC, that they don't communicate with tribal leaders. So if you're going to take the role of a co-chair of TBAC, you're going to have to make time to talk to us across the region. And there's one way you can do that is what? Internet. We have all kinds of Zoom meetings. And so I also want you to know I support TBAC. TBAC has been the only process in the last 10 years that we've had to use to try to get increases for all of our needs in Indian country. Let's not do away with something that you can fix. Everything is fixable, and TBAC is fixable. But TBAC is about leadership. Leadership in Indian country today, when you take a look at all these Indian reservations, all these people who are here from different tribal communities, large, small, large tribes, medium tribes, and big tribes, we all have different needs. And that alone is a challenge. The other thing I want, and I want tribal leaders to follow up on this, I want every tribe to pass resolutions to make the Department of Interior more accountable. The Department of Interior was created by act of Congress to take care of us. I have never seen anything in writing, legislation or otherwise, showing that process. The Department of Interior, we all know, oversights us, but I have not seen a clear definition of what their role and responsibility is. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is there anything out there? Huh? So I would like, thank you, I would like this body and maybe our legislators to once and for all create a greater understanding and making the Department of Interior more accountable. I'm not saying you guys are not doing your job. I appreciate every one of you because I work with a lot of you. At the same time, there is no clear definition of the role and responsibility of the Department of Interior under treaty obligations. I'd like to see that happen, okay? Because out there in Indian country, let me repeat myself. I sound like a broken record, but I've been around a long time. Tribal leaders, you need to quit blaming. Tribal leaders, you need to take greater accountability to understand how the process works. But most importantly, learn the process. And those who are listening at home who are tribal leaders, is your commitment to help your people? Show up, understand, learn the process, and most importantly, be engaged. Take one issue. Don't try to fix the whole damn reservation. Water, land, transportation, education, healthcare. Don't try to do everything. Take one issue and be the expert on that one issue. I can be critical of tribal government. And sometimes we have to hold ourselves accountable because it is up to us as tribal leaders to hold the Bureau, the Department of Interior, and other agencies accountable. But most of all, it's our job to be the voices of our nation. Second thing, the consistency. I love that word. Consistency. I've been around since 1976. I've worked in my tribal communities. I was the president of my tribe, and it used to irritate the heck out of me because my tribal council was very critical, but they didn't know what the hell they were doing. Is that okay to say that? Yes, it is. So there are so many issues in Indian country that pertain to the well-being of our people. Please take your job seriously. Learn everything you can, and most importantly, how many of you are expert at everything? And the thing that makes me smart and knowledgeable is I'm not afraid to say, I don't know. How many of you can say that? I don't know. Because you don't know everything. Somebody knows more than you. Never, ever be afraid to say, I don't know. Show me, guide me. Share with me that piece of legislation. Share with me that action that was taken. That'll guide me and make me better at the job that I'm doing. I appreciate the Great Plains Tribal Chairman's Health Board. My president is here. The Great Plains Tribal Chairman's Association is a group of men and women who are leaders in my region. So the other thing we learn is we go to them for support. Their resolutions and their support help us in telling our story, because at this level, these leaders up here, if they see your tribe supporting what they're doing, they're more apt to pay attention. Is that true or not? Huh? That's the process. And so I just wanted to, at this time, thank my leaders in the Great Plains region for supporting all the things that we asked them to support in in education. And so today, Mr. Allen, the gentleman from Alaska, I'm going to encourage you to do a better job of communicating with us. Is that okay? You are the chair, co-chair of the TBAC. I want TBAC to continue because it works. It has some glitches, and we're here to fix those glitches. So in the future, we have this process of making sure that we're heard at this level for the needs in our community. So from the time I've been coming to TBAC, there's been a lot of concern about the co-chairs of TBAC. I just, in a good way, asking you to do a better job to communicate with Indian country. And so we know you're here for us, but most importantly, you hear us. I'm doing that in a good way as your relative. Is that okay? Communication is cool. Now, if you can't do that, step aside and let somebody else do it, because the work is going to continue for another 100 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. So, we were originally scheduled to have a break at about 10:15. It's already 11. We're ending at 11:30. So if everybody's okay, we'll just power through for the next 30 minutes. Is that all right? And folks can take breaks when they're ready. So I'm going to hand it off to Sharon and Randy to do their prepared budget update. And then when we come back after lunch, we'll focus again on FY28 budget formulation. So let me hand it off to Sharon.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sharon Umps. I'm a division chief within the Office of Budget and Performance Management. I work under Randy Adams. My team helps Indian Affairs formulate a budget, and we put together the President's Budget, or the Green Book. Congressional Justifications, another name for that. We also work with putting together OMB apportionments and getting those passed through and approved, including the exception apportionment. My team also loads funds into our financial system so that we can make sure that payments are made timely to tribes. And then in addition to that, we also answer a lot of questions from the Hill on our budget, as well as complete many budget requests from OMB. And today I'll go over the 25, 26, and 27 budgets, and then talk about where we are with the 28 budget formulation process. On this slide is a snapshot of our overall budget for 25, 26, and 27 for all Indian Affairs bureaus, so Bureau of Indian Affairs, Bureau of Indian Education, and Bureau of Trust Funds Administration. You can see that in 25 and 26, Congress provided us about $3.9 billion for both years, so pretty level in both years. And then our 2027 request is about a 28% decrease from previous years. And then on this slide is our year-to-year comparison of the tribal budget request versus the President's budget request and what was enacted by Congress. You can see that on the, we have several years on the bottom of this chart and bars, and on the left bar is the tribal request. The middle bar is the President's budget request, and then the far right bar is our enacted budget. As previously mentioned yesterday and today, starting in 2024, it was decided that TBIC would reflect the unmet obligations or full budget need of Indian country in the tribal budget requests. You can see in 2027, that is over $30 billion. And in comparison to our President's budget request, it's quite large compared to what we can request. And then you can see over the last few years, Congress has enacted budgets that are pretty level each year, smaller nominal increases where possible. And then the next few slides are charts from our green books. I'm not going to go over them in great detail. We will, these slides will be shared on our website. And like I said, a lot of these charts are from the Green Book. This chart just shows our budget breakdown by the different programs in Indian Affairs, tribal government, human services, public safety and justice, and construction, all the different construction areas, et cetera. And then this chart is, again, from the Green Book. It reflects the Bureau of Indian Education's budget for 25 through 27. You can see 25 and 26, we were provided almost 1.4 billion of a current appropriations, and then our request is coming in at around 930 million. And this is the Bureau of Trust Funds Administration's budget. Again, you can see 25 and 26 level at 100 million, and then our 27 request at 90 million of current appropriations. Now I'm going to go into more detail of each of these budgets. And so we'll start with 2025 and the status of funds for BIA. We have our funds expiring at the end of September, on September 30th. We have executed 94% of that funding. And we plan to execute 100% by September 30th. And for BIE, some things to note are for the school year 2025-26, that ends on June 30th. Funds that are expiring on September 30th, BIE, 86% has been obligated so far, and we project to expend 100% of those funds by June 30th. And then another item to note is that schools will receive their school year 26 and 27 funding before July 1st. So this is different than in previous years. Usually, we get our approval from OMB on July 1st, and we've requested, and it's been approved to receive that on June 1st. That ensures that tribal schools have their funding before the school year starts. Then I'll go over some highlights on 2026 for BIA. So overall, our enacted budget for 26 is level with our 2024 and 25 spending levels. We were provided $2.4 billion. Some key highlights of that. So we did not receive additional funding to pay for the Hualapai tribe water settlement. We have an enforcement date in 2029, April of 2029, of $312 million. To date, we've only been able to fund $158,000 of that settlement. Public safety and justice was funded at $570.1 million in 2026. This is about a $9.8 million increase above 2025. We did receive an additional $2 million to support the missing and murdered Indigenous Women Initiative, total of $18.5 million. We were funded for tribal community resilience, continuing at $34.3 million. New this year, we did receive an additional $3.5 million under the BIA Social Services TPA budget line, and this is to support tribes that have not been able to receive BIA social services activities in the past. We also received $2.2 million to support a Native American technology and manufacturing grant pilot program, and this is under the Business Incubator Program. And we also received $7 million to support the closure of the Office of Navajo Hopi Indian Relocation, or ANIR. And then also we received a total of $8.5 million through some congressionally directed spending projects. And now I'll go over some highlights for BIE and BTFA, both 2026 and 2027. So for 2026, BIE was enacted $1.4 billion. This is level, again, with 2025. As I mentioned earlier, this budget or enactment makes forward funding for schools available on June 1st versus July 1st. Now for 2027, the budget request for BIE is $929.8 million. This includes $35.4 million for education construction and $93.5 million to fully fund our tribal grant support costs. For BTFA, the 2026 enacted budget provides $100 million, level to 2026 request and the 2025 CR level. And then our 2027 budget request is at $90.1 million. about 10 million below our 2026 enacted budget. And then I'm going to go over our 2027 budget request. I will go, I won't go over every slide. I'll just point out some key highlights, in the interest of time. So our 2027 budget request continues to support our core efforts to advance self-governance and self-determination, to foster stronger economies and self-sufficiency, and support safe Indian communities through a wide range of activities. Again, this is a table just shows our current appropriations for the 2027 budget request compared to 26 enacted and 2025 actuals. This comes from our Green Book as well.
Kiki,
Oh,
do you,
sure.
do you have
Sorry,
a
yes.
specific question?
I do. If you could rewind a slide, I believe. So, believe me, my intention is to try to keep the positive energy of the spirit and intent of working together in this space and what this meeting is attempting to do. But it's hard to sit. I wanted to move over so I could see in bigger form what was about to be described. And this is the problem, right? You're putting a slide up there that talks about 27 budget, in bolding, in fact, supporting core efforts to advance self-governance, et cetera, et cetera. Rewind one more slide, please, if you would. But then we just brush over a BIE decrease from $1.4 billion to a request of $929 million. I'm not sure how we're supposed to believe those two slides together. And this is the point that we're trying to make here. You're hearing from the president about public safety justices in his community, where they're saying don't go out in the community when it gets dark. You're hearing from Cecilia over and over and over about education deficiencies in our children. Yet we're putting forward a budget like this and then have the audacity to put up on a slide that it's supporting self-determination and all. Help me understand what I'm missing here. I'm a pretty reasonable person, but you can't put that up there and then just expect us to digest it and walk out of here, because we'll end like it always ends, with frustration. So I don't know how we get to a place, and again, I'm going to reiterate to my point that I made earlier. I understand there are rules that you guys have to abide by, but come on. This is nowhere near honoring obligations, nowhere remotely close to it. And we walked, and I'm not trying to criticize you, you're the numbers person, your job is to put the numbers out there. You're not the decision maker, so please don't personalize what I'm saying here. But to our points yesterday, we've got to be better. You heard data put out this morning about where we are choosing to spend money as a country. This doesn't exemplify that same level of commitment. And that's the core of what this frustration is about. This is the core of the buildup over years and decades in this body, because this is what we are subjected to. And that's not just a Trump administration thing, that's a forever thing. So until we choose to be better, I don't know how that frustration resolves itself, because kids are going to be hurt from this. Communities are going to continue to experience higher rates of crime from this. All these things, and then you put that slide up there as if to suggest it's doing something that it's not. So I just feel like the need, before we get any further in this presentation, to point that out, because you guys do have a responsibility and obligation. You can be better to put numbers, or to at least fight for them, or something. I don't know what the answer is. We can do our part as advocates to try to share our perspective and try to influence. We do not have the relationships, the inside connections in the same way that you do. I understand there are rules and guardrails that you have to abide by. I get all that. But the reality of it is you have more ears than we do with the responsibilities that you've been given. And something here has to change, because this can't continue. And it is not the job of Congress alone to fix that. It starts with the administration, whether it's BIA, USDA, IHS, I don't care who it is, to put forward budgets that reflect that obligation, and then it's on Congress to do their job too. But it's everybody doing their job, and something's missing.
Thank go over some key highlights of the 2027 budget request. We did include 11 million to support tribal radios. We also included 5 million to support the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina after it recently received federal recognition. We also continue to support forestry and agriculture. And as I mentioned, yes.
Can we slow down here? This is the main reason we're here. Take it back and go over these things. 30 seconds on a slide and being able to digest the numbers is not enough. Thank you.
Will do, thank you. So we'll go over the tribal government budget request. For 2027, we requested 270.9 million. That includes 11 million for tribal radios under aid to tribal government. Under New Tribes TPA, we included 5 million to support the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina after it recently received federal recognition. We also included 27.2 million for road maintenance TPA. And then we also funded or requesting funding for tribal government program oversight, which supports our awarding officials, and that is at 9.3 million.
Did you turn that back? How come there's no number on the road maintenance? How come there's no, it's just a support routine?
Yeah, that was my question. Is that 27 million on top of the 39 million?
No, that is our request.
And what was the reason for decreasing it down to 27 million when for 30 years it was stuck at 26 million? And then we finally got some increases. Now it's being decreased. And I just shared yesterday of the compromised roads that we all have on our reservations. And why was nobody ever talked to us? Or what was Leroy doing to justify that $12 million decrease? That we did not discuss that at TBEC. We did not say decrease our budgets. We did not say that. And roads is important for all of us. We have excellent data. I've worked hard on that. I even have an OMB survey. That's another thing. OMB needs to be here to hear our data, not is what is being given to you to give to them. Because obviously our data is not speaking, or you're not giving our data to speak for us. We did not say decrease road maintenance. And I just want to know why and how that was done. And when did we agree to that? We didn't. Not my region. I know that. So if you can give us an explanation on why that decrease is being proposed and how. Because I want to go back and tell my tribes, I guess our roads aren't important again. And we fought hard for that one. I've asked many times to put road maintenance in its own category so we don't have to compete with all of the other line items, because they are important. That's your health, that's your economic development, that's your schools. Those people are on those roads. I gave you an example yesterday when I asked, who do you want me to prioritize to save? Your answer should have been to me is, we'll get you more money for more ambulances, for more police, for better roads. But instead I see this. And it's like a slap in the face. I wish Harold was here, because we have some information that I guess we're going to have to ask ourselves, President. We're going to have to ask ourselves for this, because that just does not make any sense to me. Another decrease for roads. I just don't appreciate that at all. So thank you.
If I might add, Brian and Sharon, We can't shoot the messenger. She didn't make these decisions, nor Randy, nor Brian. The decision was made on the 6th floor in OMB. This is an executive branch request. It got embargoed, you know, when they put it in, and it came out of the president's budget. This is what the executive branch is saying they need. We absolutely agree. I disagree. Your point and Frank's points, et cetera, couldn't be stronger. So we're not getting the message across about their obligation, trust treaty, et cetera. So it's unfortunate, but she's reporting out what was in their budget, and they're asking questions this afternoon. What the hell's going on here? Right, you know, about these obligations. So we should keep making the message. Today, we're going to make our recommendations for 2028, and basically should be making a strong case. You're not hearing us. So, I mean, that's really what's going on. These guys believe in us. The people that make the decisions apparently don't. So we have to keep working harder and in partnership to try to get across to the 6th floor, to OMB, up the hill, and to Congress, so that we get the numbers that we should get. Your points are well taken, Courtney, and everybody else, Kipke, and everybody's making these points. They don't make sense. So every category.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ron. So here's my question. I understand that what Ron's saying, right? I do understand that. Us here, we understand the process. We understand what was given, and people outside here don't know that. So here's my question, and I think this should be an easy answer from you. Looking at this and using the road maintenance, right? And I look at that 2025, actual 39, million, billions, whatever that number is. 2026, 39,190, same numbers. And then you come to 2027. In there is a requested. Even though it say 27, you know that's 12, that's a big difference, right? So here's my question to you. Even though what Ron was saying, they come from up higher, what is the actual amount that we requested, from this body for the 2027? And I'm using road maintenance as an example. Because if we know that number, then we all know that it's okay, this is what comes from there, but we requested this amount. That number is not there. So the information I'm saying, I'm running with that information. Even though what Ron's saying, it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense to me because I don't know what number they were sent forward to them. It might be more than 39, it might be 59. But knowing that number and then dissect it to the number that you presented, it makes more easy for us to take, okay? It makes much sense because I understand you just, a messenger. But we also need the messenger to understand this information when we ask questions. How this number came about, what was asked of this number. If it's more than 27, I'm good with that because you guys already passed along the body directive so you can do your job. But not knowing the number that's moved forward, we're all here saying, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense, So please, if you can give that answer or come back later on or when we have other meetings in the future, bring the number was given, and then you can say this is the number that was approved. And that will make more sense and easy to take. Then we need to find out how can we make this information better. As we all know is this. No matter what great idea you have, it's the deliverance of that idea will be better. Because if delivered in a positive and a righteous way, everybody that against it will vote for it. And that is what we're here for. Find the way to do it. But I cannot take that due to the fact that we don't know what number was given. So please give us that information. Thanks.
Well, we do. We asked for 400 million. That's the number we asked for. So we asked for the backlog. The backlog is around 400 million. That's what we asked for. This is what they delivered.
Right. And with that, I'm just saying, us here know, right? People in the back don't know.
Right.
So what they're going to say, go home and say, these guys come here not knowing what they're doing because we don't know. So if you give that number, the people back there will say, okay, we got it. They do their job, but it's not passing out there, because right now, looking in the back, they might go with these numbers, say, those guys just sitting there and take what was given. Ron, I hear you. We all know that, but they don't. Thank you.
And Tafuna, if I may, and because Ron, thank you for saying that, because I think there's a fundamental process issue that everybody needs to understand, and this is true across any administration. The Office of Management and Budget sets what our budget, the four corners of our budget request, because they do it for the entire federal government. And so the White House effectively will determine what those four corners, what will be available to us. So looking at 26 is a good example. If you looked at the President's 26 budget request, there were decreases very similar to what you're seeing in 27 that went to the Hill, right? Congress, during the minibus in January this year, passed these budgets, which were enacted. But the fact is, we have our four corners that we have to operate in given to us by OMB. We do make the information, but this body helps determine, which is a $30+ billion request, available to our politicals, to the sixth floor and OMB. But ultimately, the decision comes out of the White House, what that budget request will be for us, right? So that is fundamentally the process. And Ron's right. You all are very strong advocates. You're the muscle, that's what Tony likes to say, for us to actually get the funding that we need to execute the programs that we have. We cannot advocate. We must follow the directions and support the President's budget. That is our job. Just like you all have staff, professional staff, that you have expectations, they're going to follow decisions that you give them, right? We're no different. We work for the President. We follow their direction. Just like you all have professional staff that should follow your direction in your communities too.
But it is your obligation to still speak for us. It is your responsibility. You're working for us.
And we do.
And then you say you have to follow the president. Yeah, but your voice is very strong as you guys all sit up there.
And we do.
You guys have your job is to follow through with the federal obligations and the trust responsibility to the people that are sitting out here, to the people that are sitting up there. Those are your guys' trust responsibilities of taking that job. Nobody put you there. You didn't have to sit at that job.
I agree.
You chose to be there.
I agree.
You know, we chose to be leaders in our tribes so we could speak up for the best interests of the best possible lifestyle that our people could have in today's society. I sit here and I listen to you. I sit here when you said, don't worry, the cavalry's coming. Those are very strong words that you said earlier. That shouldn't say cavalry. You should have said the warriors are coming to help you.
Then cavalry. And I did it as a joke. If you didn't hear me, I gave
Well,
it
I don't take that as a joke, sir. You know, it's just a lot of our people got shed blood by the cavalry, and it's a joke sometimes. But right now, there's no joking matter what we're here for. We're here to make sure that the budgets are going to benefit our people, not here to keep hearing the budget cuts in the future 2 years from now. I know the Office of Public Management for the budgets here are helping what the president is saying, what his direction is. But at the end of the day, that's going to affect all of the tribes in the United States. We're getting less each time we come here. I've been here for 2 years, and those numbers are falling each time. But you guys are still, some of you guys are still sitting at the table 2 years ago. You need to step up and do more than what you said, as far as Thunder said. You need to step up as tribal leaders, but also as the interior directors. You guys need to step up. That's your obligation. That is your federal obligation, as you're taking those roles up there, is to make sure that you guys are doing the best that you can for all of us. I know you're just a messenger, but you're taking a responsibility. You guys are taking, what's the overhead cost of the BIA rate, of this right here? How much money do you guys take before we get the money that we that our ancestors had shed blood for. Probably 90% of the money goes to the overcost of it before we get it. And we have to sit here and listen to this. It's hard to swallow today. In today's world, it's hard to swallow. We look at the future of our people. We look at the future of our children. There's a good majority of us in here that have went out and got educated and become a leader within our communities to be able to speak up for them. Our future lies in our hands of our community. And if we don't step up to help justify and ask that the law of the land be honored today, then what's the use of having treaties? What's the use of having obligations of the bureaus, of the BIA, the BIE? It's hard to sit here and to listen to all what has been said. Then we get to the slideshow here. You know, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. For those of you that have taken statistics, analysis, we look at numbers, we see the difference, we see the correlations of how the numbers don't match up. Where's the truth to it? There's no truth in that sometimes. We're tired of taking what the numbers say, because that's not how it should be working. You know, inflation goes up. I haven't seen inflation go down. I haven't seen gas prices go down. I haven't seen food prices go down. I haven't seen education go down. When's the last time you've seen tuition go down? It's going up. How do these numbers affect Native American, Indian, people of this country first? It doesn't help us in any way. We don't have enough money for food. We don't have enough money for public safety. We don't have enough money for health care. And a good majority of the federal recognized tribes with treaty rights are getting pushed to the side. They're saying that the money's there, but where's the money at? It's not there. When we have a backlog of IHS, we have people that's going in default for the IHS not paying bills. We had that. We have people that have, it goes back into the Bureau now, the BIA. We have a backlog of not enough judges to see probates go through. Across this country, we have people that have died that have been willed possessions of property, land, so forth. They have died, and now it's going on to the next individual, but the probate hasn't even went through on some of this stuff. And that falls back right here. There's a lot that has to be said and has to be addressed today. You know, I'm sorry that sometimes the words come out the way it is today, but like we said earlier, hard decisions have to be made today, hard things have to be heard today, and this is it. By the end of the day, we'll come to a consensus and we'll go back home to our people and relate the information that was brought forth today. And again, I thank you for your time. I thank you for all the effort that you do is serving the federal government to help all Indian nations across this great land. So again, I want to thank you for your time, but I'm glad that we're speaking out. I'm glad that we have this time to justify that we don't agree with this. You might have said $400 million for that, and now we're going $27 million? It's just $390 million, or $390 billion if we had to say it in bigger numbers. We're still driving on deteriorating roads. We're still operating on practically nothing for the homeland security. Some of our nations border the national border. There's a lot of consideration of how the funding should be divvied up at the end of the day. Like we said earlier, a lot of the tribes have different obligations to their people. What I mean by that is we all have different needs. We all have different numbers. We have a significant number of one area of Native Americans on this part of the land. We have small numbers that are over on the West Coast, like Mr. Allen said, but we all have different needs. We all need medical. We all need to protect our natural resources. And every day that is being jeopardized by how we operate with the federal government putting the money up here like this and divvying it up the monies that are not appropriately divvied up properly for the needs of our people. So again, I just want to thank you again, and I'll end it right there. Thank you.
And Mike, I don't mind the passion. I don't. Because I think folks also often forget that over 95% of the BIA workforce are tribal members, including myself. My community is impacted by these budgets as well. Pete Wakeland, one of our newly elected tribal leaders, spoke earlier. He was a colleague here at BIA, and he's now an elected official back in Grand Ronde in Oregon, where my family is back in Oregon. I come to DC all the time. I leave my kids, my wife, my mother-in-law, my family to come do this job. And I said this at the last TIPIC because it is very personal to me. And I may technically have a boss that is the President of the United States and it's Assistant Secretary Billy Kirkland, but I don't look at them as my only bosses. I look to you all as my bosses. And if you're not happy with my performance and my advocacy and what I'm trying to do here, I will happily go back to my family and work in my community. But I think I'm here, and Tony and I are only two of the remaining folks still in their permanent position remaining. There's some others here that are in staff, but in the senior leadership, we've had a lot of changes. And we're sticking it through for you all. Honest to God, that's why I'm doing this. The support I get, especially from the Northwest Tribes, because I was the regional director for years, is what keeps me going. And so just know that you all do have that power. If you're not happy with my performance, I will happily step aside for somebody else. But at the end of the day, we have a structured government, and I have to adhere to those rules. And I do my best I can. And so Mike, I want you to know that we do advocate the best we can.
Thank you.
Yeah, Frank, thanks.
Yeah, I have to take off here real quick, and I do understand you guys are doing your best here for us. But the thing is, maybe when we see things like this, it's after the fact. Maybe we need to change that. We have to find new ways, creative ways of getting the word out so we can get our input before these decisions happen. I think that's what the point here is, because I don't think we should be accepting this. If from any of the tribal leaders here or tribes, we shouldn't be accepting this. And that's the word you should probably be taking to your bosses. But that's what I just wanted to mention is we need a better communication. We need better, I guess, strategies on how to make this better. This is not this is not making things better. It's forcing things on us that we don't agree to. And it's a shame that funding always interferes with our treaty obligations. And we need to change that. In this day and age, inflation. I don't see inflation up there. I don't see the cost of gas added to these equations, these formulas. Our membership, the amount of the size of our tribes, all that needs to be taken into consideration before that's shown to us. So those numbers need to change. And if you know those things, then put it out to us so we can help you. I'm going on the Hill and I'm going to show them this. So that's my question here. Who agrees with this?
I don't. Let's change this. Thank you.
This is Chairman Siki again. You know, one thing that disappoints me on this, what you guys, it says tribal government promote tribal self-determination. This TBIC body submits a budget for tribes for 27, 28. But no, there's no column for what TBIC presented. So how do we know if our request is followed? We hear every year talking about budgets, what the tribes are requesting, what their shortfalls are. That includes pay costs for increases for our workers. That's never been budgeted. Maybe once every 10 years, maybe. But the TBIC column should be up there, what we talk about as a body. I never see it up there, it's not there again. So we can compare what we've requested and what's being receiving. That's what I like to see up there. And we want to work together? Well, put TBIC column up there as well. McGirt.
Thanks, Chairman Siki. And Tafuna asked the same thing, I think. And so we will definitely, I think, work with Sharon to maybe update the slides to have the tribal request reflected there too, so you can all see what was requested, what the president requested, and what it was enacted ultimately.
There you go.
So we can definitely take that feedback and update the slide in the future.
Thanks.
Karen, please.
Thank you. I'm seeing the cuts going to our tribe's base funding, the TPA, the aid to tribal government and self-governance. It's pretty significant. And as like, in the 27 budget, did they cut the settlements? Because those should come from somewhere else, not from BIA-based funding. Yeah. And that come back to our tribes for their operations and their running their tribe. And I think that would in itself make a big difference. I was looking at the ATG money, and I was like, oh, okay, so they took the small tribes probably and put it up there almost equal to what it was, you know, taking that out and putting it there. But then I started looking at the consolidated and the self-governance, and we're losing $113 million. That's pretty significant. And those settlements are not Indian Affairs debts. They're debts from other agencies and need to be pulled from our budget completely so that this can look better. And I've said it multiple times, and that's for years now, and this would make a huge difference for everybody here and everybody at home to be able to know that with the rising fuel costs and with the rising cost for bread and eggs and everything else, that they can cover those bases. So, yeah, I'll stop there, thanks.
Thank you. I did want to say that for settlements, we are looking at other options and working with Bureau of Reclamation and OMB to see where else we can fund those settlements, because we agree.
Thank you. Okay. And I just also, the President's request did actually include additional funds, a request for additional funds for settlements. It was Congress in the 26th that didn't give us any settlement money. So that's why we're having to do some creative thinking with the other agencies to pay for the settlements that we have on the books.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they need to be responsible.
Yeah.
They need to be
And
responsible
again,
for
at the
their
end of
own
the day,
debt.
Congress has the power of the purse. You all's efforts delivered the 26 enacted budget, despite it being very similar to what we have in 27 last year. We still ended up with a largely flat budget.
And it's a sad statement, because when they're saying they're giving $1 billion set aside in the judgment fund for January 6th and for people who feel they've been wronged by the Biden administration. And that's coming out of the judgment fund, but yet our settlements have to come out of our buckets of money. So that's a sad era. So I've been listening yesterday and today, and repeatedly I hear communication, like KK was saying earlier this morning. And the frustration with tribal leaders and the frustration on the TIBIC committee on communication, like I talked about not being notified of the meeting as a representative and as a tribal leader. And so one of the things that we have a problem with on the TIBIC side is not knowing who our new leaders are, our tribal leaders. Our tribal leaders change over every year or every 2 years. We don't have that information on who our leaders are in our own regions a lot of the times. They, in turn, don't even know about TIBIC. They don't understand TIBIC, new ones coming on. They don't know what other things. I've been on STAC as well for DOI and IHS. But here's the thing, new leaders don't know any of these committees that are out there, what their roles are, what the advocacy are. So when we talk about TIBIC and our role and what our tribal leaders are frustrated with or non-communicative with, maybe there's an avenue here where, because I know every tribe has to report their new leadership to BIA, maybe there's an avenue where you can share who those new leaders are and we can have a communication. Maybe it's a newsletter telling them what's going on with the budget, what is the president requesting for us, what is TIBIC requesting for us, and what are subject matter that came up during our meetings, and what are maybe some advocacy that each tribal leader can do when they come to DC, and how can they advocate for more, and talking to their congressmen and senators. Just a suggestion.
Could I just want to speak real quick. There's a tribal leader directory that's online, and it's updated in real time. And so if BIA.gov, tribal leader directory, or open data portal, it's on there as well. So
Thank you. I did not know that.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
The tribal government specialists out of the regions report up through the regional director, and then they are able to log right into the system and update as soon as they hear if there's a new tribal leader.
Okay, because my new regional director didn't know who was on the TIBIC either. So is that also updated on there? So they know who to contact if they want information from their reps?
No, this is
just the directory.
Leaders, yeah.
Well, maybe that's something you could add. That would be wonderful. So they know, the tribal leaders know who they can contact too. And there's no notice that goes out to tribal leaders when there's a TIBIC meeting if they want to attend. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Michelle, that there's a lot in flux because of our recent departure from NCAI being the facilitator, right? A lot of the information was hosted on NCAI's website. We have yet to stand up on a website for TIBIC. We don't know who will be the facilitator. There's a lot of those decisions that'll come out of these 2 days, but those are wonderful suggestions. Kiki, you want to say something?
Yeah, Director Mercy, there was a time in my career when I was naive to how this town works. I'm not naive any longer. So I understand that what I'm about to say may sound naive, but it really is not coming from a place of naivete. And it's a response to your comment about the four corners. So I guess it's a suggestion / question that I have. I don't think the Assistant Secretary is in the room anymore, but I know he's testifying this afternoon. So I don't disagree with your comment that you guys are given the four corners of which to operate, right? I get that. Get that now. Not just now, but you get my point. But the question that I have is I'm also aware of the several statements the President has made in terms of the broader position of this administration as it relates to U.S. tribal relations and his support for that relationship and that history. So I guess the question that I have is within the realm of possibility in terms of setting the record straight, because everything that happens up on that hill is all about the record, right? So to make a statement in line with the budget that the department is presenting adheres and follows the instructions as provided, and does that little dance. But at the same time includes a very strong statement, which is why I was hoping the Assistant Secretary was here, and so we're following that. However, consistent with the other messages and points that this president has made in terms of U.S.-tribe relations, it is far off from fulfilling trust and treaty obligations. And as you as appropriate, as you as Congress need to know that from us as the department that kind of leads this trustee structure, that we have concerns that as long as we continue to put forward budgets of this magnitude, there's going to continue to be consequences for that, that we ultimately are responsible for as a country. Is there a way to thread that needle that respects the rules that are put before you in terms of those four corners, but that still at the same time makes them more acutely aware of its shortcomings? Because we fully understand what our job is. We get it. But we all have a hard time digesting this pill, or this idea that the administration and its components can't do more to paint a clearer picture of what that means. So I'm going to speak to you as a person, as a fellow relative, right? We can't continue to do this, right? So as much as we're talking about the we, you and your people and your family are part of that we. So how does the Assistant Secretary take those moments where they're listening to the administration to hear loud and clearly, so that when we come on the backside, that they're mirroring up with each other? Because oftentimes what we're having to do is to tell a different story than what they're hearing. And again, that's not just now. You've been in this department for a while now. This has happened in Democratic and Republican administrations, right? None of them do it right. So that's my earlier point. There's got to be a different way to do this dance other than just accepting that this is how the four corners work, and this little master behind the veil and Wizard of Oz gets to decide what those four corners are, but nobody ever gets to see them, which is why I would reiterate, that's why OMB needs to be in this conversation. It's easy to talk about numbers and percentages when you don't attach them to people in their lives. So until they are in these spaces, part of these conversations, feeling what we all feel, the outcome is never going to change. So I'm just wondering, as a little step forward, if there's any glimpse of opportunity or room to say something more than what those four corners historically have allowed you all to say, starting with the Assistant Secretary and what he's going to be saying this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a great question, Kiki, and I do think you hit the nail on the head. It's a question that we would need to include OMB on, because ultimately it is the White House, and the Office of Management and Budget is in the White House, that sets the overall messaging around the budget. And so if there were to be an opportunity to, while meeting the White House's direction, present the documented need that is out there from this body and elsewhere as for that broader context. I don't think it's something that we here at Interior can decide, to be honest with you. It is something that I think the OMB needs to decide, because they ultimately do set the president's budget for the entire federal government, not just Interior.
I get it, and I'm not suggesting that we are in conflict in this next example of what I'm about to say. But there is precedent for this, right? So when the Department of Defense puts forward its budget, and then some war comes along, you will hear that secretary say, we need additional dollars because we've got this issue to deal with, right? So what I'm suggesting is not something that doesn't exist. It's just whether we choose to say that. So here's the budget as instructed, but we've got this problem that needs addressing that we know the president agrees with, and so we've got to figure out a way to address that and bring that to light and lift that up in the same way that we're willing to lift up foreign wars and throw billions of dollars at it. Again, I'm not making a war comparison. I'm simply saying how we prioritize issues and then divert money to those issues. And that's what we are suggesting.
Okay. All these messages are really important. And I know that Randy and Sharon have a few more slides they need to get through to help us get to 28 and the prioritization for 28. I'm just throwing that out as a suggestion, Brian. Maybe we pause it, take a lunch break, come back, let them finish the slide and move it towards the 28 and go into get keys and some of the other messages that were just shared that become a part of the message that we are sending along with our 28 recommendations. Farron, does that make sense?
It does, and I think it's a great suggestion, but it is important what Kiki is touching on, which is, you know, because I've been a part of TIVIC now since I've been in Interior for 8 years. I'm a 22-year Fed, and we put all this effort to develop the tribal request, but if it doesn't land in the appropriate hands or in front of the right people, it's all for naught. So how do we create an opportunity for it to get to the right people, those folks that are setting the four corners, or allowing for these supplemental requests or some kind of way for us to address the well-documented need? And that's true across any administration, right? Because it's been this system and approach forever, and we just are not getting there. So I don't disagree at all. So let's go ahead and pause then, because we're already 20 minutes into our lunch.
Yeah.
Let's try to come back right at 1 o'clock, and we will finish this presentation.
Okay.
Ron, anything else? Ron?
Last time for 27, we didn't get to talk to the secretary. So we want to make sure this time we get to talk to the secretary.
We will pass that on. All right, see everybody back at 1 o'clock. That's all.
One more time. What the hell's going on here?
I thought you were going to put some money in there. I was waiting. I tell my kids all the time, you go in my purse, you better be depositing. Now they're like,
Just leave our back over.
they never touch my purse. I tell them that's my rule. You got to be depositing, not withdrawing.
I did. Hey, Randy, we can leave our back over here, right?
Doesn't do us any good.
I'm glad they're looking at you.
the next meeting after this meeting. Yeah. Oh, so yeah. So we told them what's the difference is now on the street, right? And two here, one out there. But the one guy that was over there, he was saying, well, maybe we might bring that one back in, So that's why I make my comment this morning. The reason why that one meeting out there, so you guys can get out there, Right. And that's what the point was. They need to come up with a plan. My thought is, if they do come up with it, whoever was hosting, they know what that problem is. Bring the resolution for a solution for if they ask for 3 or whatever, how many things, hopefully they can solve 3 of those things. You know what I mean? And somebody's going to be happy. That's so, yeah, so that was show appreciation that they actually come up there. They bring a solution. Now that we solve it, right? That's what I don't know. Don't just show up and say, oh, okay, we're here. Yeah, exactly.
Let's not use the last several days as a springboard. We've got to work our way into the good stuff. I've got a whole lot of people fuzzies myself.
Can't stand that light.
Nice to see you. Yeah, you gotta listen to us old guys for change.
All right. Good exercise, huh?
It is a selfie. Just telling you guys right now. It was me and Ken moved away because they thought everybody's going to identify him. Oh, there he is. He's right over there. Yeah, you start getting a little worried. I think we should go now.
Cause trouble? Me?
All right, folks, so we're going to go ahead and get started, wrap up this morning's presentation, but a couple logistical updates. Folks online are stating that they're having a hard time hearing people when you're speaking into the mic, so the handhelds, please make sure you put the mic real close, because folks online aren't able to hear. Please also, before you speak, state your name. That will really help our court recorder capture who's and attribute the remarks to the correct person. And then finally, the PowerPoint you all have, I see a lot of folks taking pictures of it. We will have this online for you all by the end of the week. It'll be on our BIA.gov budget page that we have. We have our budget in brief. We have a lot of the budget documents, the green books, et cetera. They're all there at that. So we'll have this PowerPoint on there too by the end of the week. And we're going to work on getting the request maybe into the slide deck too. Sharon, I'll maybe ask you to try to do that if we could.
Yeah, someone on my team's already working on it, the ones who are watching online, so they're working on it.
Oh, that's great, fantastic. Okay, so I'll hand it back to Sharon to finish up the presentation.
Thank you. All right, I think this is where we left off on the human services budget. So for 2027, it's quite a significant cut at $48 million. We are continuing social services TPA at $34.3 million, Indian Child Welfare Act TPA at $10.9 million, and human services program oversight at $3 million. And then under our Trust Natural Resources program, we are requesting $96.9 million. We're continuing natural resources TPA at reduced levels at $4.6 million, for irrigation operations and maintenance, $9 million, and rights protection implementation at $7.6 million. We're also continuing the integrated resource info program at $2.8 million, agriculture and range at $14 million, forestry at $25 million, water resources, a significant decrease at $2.7 million, fish, wildlife and parks continues at $2.1 million, energy and minerals, we're continuing at $20 million, about $11 million down from 2026, and resource management program oversight, we're continuing at $9.1 million. And this is just more information about Trust Natural Resources and supporting administration priorities related to forest management, timber, energy development, and then continuing to close O'Neill. Under Trust Real Estate Services, we are requesting $90 million in 2027. We're continuing Trust Services TPA at a reduced level of $4.2 million. The Navajo Hopi Settlement Program at $1.2 million. We are continuing probate at a reduced level of $8.1 million, but we are adding some additional funds for probate, which I'll mention in a little bit in another budget line. We are continuing Office of Hearings and Appeals at $7 million, Land Title and Records Offices at $8.6 million. We are also continuing Real Estate Services at a reduced level of $23.3 million, Land Records Improvement at $2.5 million, Environmental Quality at a reduced level of $11.9 million, Alaskan Native Programs TPA at $645,000. Rights Protection, we're continuing at a reduced level of $2.6 million. And in the Trust Real Estate Services Oversight line, we are continuing at $19.9 million, and that includes $7 million to support the probate strike team and modernization tools. And this is continues Trust Real Estate Services, just more descriptions of each of our budget lines. Under Public Safety and Justice, we are requesting $560.3 million, and we are keeping this level with our 2024 and 2025 levels. Some key highlights to note, under Criminal Investigations and Police Services, we are consolidating all the funding for MMU under one budget line. Previously, or currently, it's funded under two budget lines: law enforcement special initiatives and criminal investigations and police services. And to streamline the funding, we wanted to put it all in one line, which is what we're doing here with the 11 million.
Can I ask why, like, I know.
Eugenia, can I ask you to get the mic and just identify yourself, please? Thank you.
Sorry, just really quickly, so just so I'm clear here, your budget line items right now initially used to be police services would receive funding, and then criminal investigations, they were under their separate budget line item. So what you guys are doing is you're proposing to merge those two as a matter of streamlining. Can you explain why this is happening? And because I'm going to tell you right now, that's going to create a lot of confusion in terms of the way that the funding right now is being distributed. Right now, if we were to take this to the Hill, they wouldn't know exactly how much our police services were receiving versus how much our criminal investigators are receiving. So can you just explain to me the logic as to why you're combining those two into one budget line item?
Oh, sure. So criminal investigations and police services has always been one budget line item. We're not making any changes to that budget line specifically, other than taking the funding that is for missing and murdered unit from law enforcement special initiatives and moving it all under one line of criminal investigations and police services. Because currently, MMU is funded under two different budget lines: law enforcement special initiatives, I think it's the fourth one down on the table, the 25 million going across, and then $14 million request in 2027. So we're just transferring those funds up to criminal investigations and police services so that all of the MMU funding is under one line. And I believe a part of that, part of the reason for that too is because the MMU unit is our detectives, so they wanted to make sure that the funding is in the appropriate budget line.
If I may, Sharon. Sure. But Eugenia, you're right that this is at the sub-activity level. When we get down to a region, we do break it out into police services and criminal investigation at the regional level. So there's further activities how we enter into contracts with you all, but at the budget line item, it is one single line.
Okay, so that will look like an increase to our police services and criminal investigations budget. So if you're taking that money from special, sorry, I got my reading glasses on, I think it's special
law enforcement special initiatives.
Yeah, the special initiatives, and you're moving that funding up. It does look like an increase, which it's not.
It's not, no, we're not saying that's an increase.
But the numbers will look like an increase.
Yes, in the Green Book, I believe, we have columns and on our comp table that say internal transfer, so it's clear that it's not a program change, justification, or increase. So it just shows that it's transferring from one line to another.
Palmer Mosley, Chickasaw Nation, Tippecanoe representative. Actually, I support this because MMIU investigators are the same as special agents, and they all fall under the criminal investigations and police services. So to answer your question, Eugenia, yes, it is a transfer. Yes, it does increase the CI&P budget line, but again, it's just moving that money from a different budget line that was used in the last budget to this budget line to more go in line with what their duties are. So I have no issues with this. It's probably where it should have been in the first place.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Nope.
I can show you after.
Like you're gonna show that it's gonna be an increase, but it's really not.
It's not, because they got the money from a different budget line. They just moved it from one budget line to another.
So,
but you're correct.
Okay. All right. So you can keep going on then.
You just got to denote that. If they say they gave an increase, you say no.
Okay, thank you. I can walk you through it after the meeting. All right, so I think I left off at detentions and corrections. So detentions and corrections, we're requesting 142 million in 2027. This is level with 2025. Same with inspections and internal affairs, 3.8 million, level with previous years. Law enforcement special initiatives, as I just mentioned, we're requesting 14 million. Again, that's not a decrease. We're just moving the funding that is for MMU under this budget line and streamlining it. It's more of like an administrative change and consolidating all under criminal investigations and police services. And then for the Indian Police Academy, we're requesting 1.2 million. Tribal justice support continuing at 34.8 million. Law enforcement program management continuing at 7.4 million. And for facilities operations and maintenance, we're continuing our request at 19.6 million. And under the tribal courts TPA, we're requesting 45.3 million. And under fire protection TPA, we're continuing at 1.5 million. Yes.
Courtney Tulance, Great Plains Region. Did we say something about the school resource officers or the cultural law enforcement?
In the 27 request, I don't think so. I have to go back and double check. I know it's funded in 2026, but I can get that information for you.
Oh, I can't pass up this opportunity to ask if there's any opportunity in the future to start planning for structure fire departments in our tribal reservations. Right now, we have no structure fire department on the Pine Ridge, Rosebud, or any place else. However, the reason I think it's a really important discussion to put forward is that our schools are a lot of our programs are paying insurance for fire, okay? But right now on the Pine Ridge, we don't have any structure fire department, and we have a lot of buildings. I'm asking all the tribal leaders in here to have a discussion about how we can get more structure fire department, because we have schools, buildings, hospitals, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
And that was Cecilia Fire Thunder for the court curriculum.
Thank you. Yes, we will definitely look into that. Okay, and moving on to community and economic development, we are requesting a reduced level of 9.8 million for economic development programs. And under executive direction administrative services, we are requesting 197 million. This supports our management administrative oversight of Indian Affairs programs, and that includes the Office of Federal Acknowledgement, Office of Self-Governance, Office of Facilities, Property, and Safety Management that do a lot of our construction, and of course our Office of Congressional and Legislative Affairs. And our contract support cost requests in 2027, we are requesting fully funding contract support costs at our budget level. And for payments for tribal leases, we understand it's growing, and we're requesting a little bit additional funding to support that growth at 147.6 million. Under the construction account, total, we're continuing at 88.1 million. Public safety and justice construction is level at 45.9 million. Resources management construction, we had to take a bit of a cut at 34.7 million, and our other program construction, continuing to fund it at 7.6 million. And this is our settlements table settlements, loans, and land consolidation. You're not requesting anything for the Indian Land Consolidation Program. For the settlements program, we are requesting additional funding for Hualapai at $58.9 million. And as it was mentioned earlier, we will look into seeing how other ways to pay this rather than taking it out of our discretionary budget. So we will continue to explore those options. And then under the Indian Guaranteed Loan Program, we are requesting $500,000 to continue to manage our past loan guarantees or insurance. And you can find our FY 2027 budget and briefs and green books at these links here, and we can share that as well online. And we did receive some information about the house interior markup, and I believe the subcommittees, it's going forward for interior tomorrow. Full markup is June 3rd, and it looks like for Indian Affairs, it's pretty favorable, about a $700 million increase above actually 2026 enacted. Yes, so the House Interior Subcommittee is putting forth their bill, and it looks like it's pretty favorable to Indian Affairs. It's just, it still has to go through subcommittee, full committee, and we haven't received, full text or report language. But it looks favorable for Indian Affairs, about I believe $700 million increase above 2026 enacted. I didn't really get a chance, I just had a short time at lunch to look at it, but I can look at it more in detail and get some information out on that.
And it's important just to note that that is just the House markup, so there is a Senate markup as well that will be reconciled in conference ultimately before both houses pass the appropriations bill. So it's pretty early, but it's a good sign of what our budget is going to look like if the House markup is $700 million above current act.
I want to raise a couple points here and ask, the 26th Green Book, when it finally came out, dropped a whole lot of details. So it was very cryptic in terms of what its explanation was and is for each of the categories. So typically what we would do, we would dive into each of these categories, and we could get into, well, what's the explanation for this program or that program, or the basis for, or the rationale for why they were being reduced. So we saw in it for 27 a whole lot of reductions. For example, the loan guarantee program. It looked like it's zeroed out, and we know that the loan guarantee program had 10 billion plus, and that it generates over 100 million in loans, loan guarantees. So it's a very successful program. So we would want to know what's the rationale, why you would take that opportunity for tribes to be able to leverage lower interest rates for different infrastructure projects, et cetera. So that's one example. And there's a whole bunch of others in there too that we need a little more explanation, the contract support costs and so forth. I'll just leave it at that. And we would also, at least from my perspective, we need to know if there's any resources available to re-energize the Intergovernmental Affairs Office. Yesterday we talked about the importance of cross-pollinating the TBIC budget process with the other departments and agencies, Justice and Labor and HUD, et cetera, because there's so much overlap. In that advisory council, which has not been dissolved, is critical. So we need to make sure that that's energized And I would be just guessing, you can tell me if I'm wrong, it's not in the Green Book. And so we need to get it back, so that, because that's a critical office a critical program that is essential to help leverage what we do get from BIA with other departments and agencies. So I just want to throw that out. In the old Green Book, you would have it in there, and I don't think in 26 I could find it. So that we need more detail. So I just want to make that comment to you and the administration.
Thanks, Ron. I just want to make sure that we're speaking, so you're speaking about the White House Council on Native American Affairs, not, you said intergovernmental.
Yes, but it was administered by the Interior. Interior staffed it up,
Yeah.
and Morgan Rodman over there was the chief of staff for a number of years, and he came out of the White House. So, what's his name, Garcia?
Tom.
Yeah.
Tom
is the only person left right now standing. So it just needs to be re-energized.
Yep. And I see Tom back there. You want to wave, Tom? He's back there. And so Tom, I hope I'm not singing out of church here, but Tom is actually setting up a meeting with the other federal agencies, I believe, in June 11th. Is that right?
June 11th, you're at Interior, yes.
Yes, we're actually going to have the first White House Council on Native American Affairs meeting on June 11th that Billy has himself requested. So Assistant Secretary of Curriculum has requested that it be.
Are we invited as tribes?
I think it's just federal partners only at this one meeting, but I think that's a great request, Eugenia, that will pass forward to Billy, and interest in being able to attend.
To discuss the direction of the council, advisory council, right? That's the topic. So can we get a report back on the discussion and course of direction that the administration wants to take? That'd be helpful for us to know what's going on. We typically in the past, we used to be able to raise issues that we wanted the council to discuss. And so there's one, we want it back. Two, that we want to make sure that there's a process so that we can raise issues for the advisory council to discuss and then get feedback.
Thank you. And then I wanted to address Courtney's question about school resource officers and law enforcement conservation officers, and it is still funded in our 2027 request. Okay, so now we'll talk about 2028 budget formulation. We'll talk about where we are in the process and some key dates moving forward with 2028. So on this slide, I showed each the tribes, their responsibilities, the regional offices and agencies' responsibilities, as well as central office. And so for the tribes submitted their tribal priority ranking tool last year in 2025 for the 2027 and 2028 budget formulation years, and so we'll continue to use that for the 2028 budget formulation. At this meeting here at TBIC today, we'll review the tribal priority ranking and then discuss any other additional 2028 priorities. And then if TBIC would like to continue to submit another tribal budget request for 2028, I put that on here as well. And the regional offices, they assisted with budget formulation and doing the outreach for the tribal priority ranking tool with the tribes last year. And so that's complete. And then this year, we also requested the region's office budget priorities, and they have submitted that to central office programs. So now central office programs, they're working on their budget proposals for 2028. They look at the regional office budget priorities when they're considering their budget proposals, as well as the tribal priority rankings and the tribal budget request. So if we'll use 2027 for now until if we receive another one for 2028, we will consider that as well. And then with central office programs, As mentioned, we have guidance levels from OMB in the department, but we always ask at central office, OBPM always asks the programs to tell us their full need to operate their programs, what budget what budget do they need to fully operate. And our budget proposals are due to the department on June 12th. And then, during the summertime, the department will look at all bureaus' budget proposals and deliberate, and then they do a departmental pass back to all the bureaus toward the end of July. And then we usually have an opportunity to appeal, and if we want to make some changes, we have a short turnaround time to do that. And then once those numbers are settled, then we put together our budget request to OMB. And that's usually due the first Monday in September. So this year that would be September 7th, 2026. Then OMB does their deliberations across all of government, and they release the pass back at the end of November, early December. Once we've settled with OMB, then we put together the President's budget request or the Green Book, and that's due by law on the first Monday in February, and that would be February 1st in 2027. Yes, hi, Gina.
Thank you. So really quickly, since we're talking about the budget formulation at this point, the whole purpose of the Tribal Interior Budget Council is so we can propose, I guess, a budget that we want Department of Interior to consider when they're going through this whole budget formulation. So my question is two-part. Number one is more to our TIBIC chairs. When the resolutions are passed at TIBIC, do you guys send that to the Department of Interior? And then when the Department of Interior receives that, what do you guys do with that resolution? Do you guys present that to Congress to say that this is where the Tribal Interior Budget Council has provided recommendations to us that need to be addressed? Where do our resolutions come up in this whole budget formulation plan? Thank you.
So let me take a stab at it here real quick. So it's a very good question, Eugenia. So
Ron, that's what happens when you're on your phone.
okay, sorry.
I'm dealing with CMS, Medicare, Medicaid stuff. I think it's important for us too.
Real quick. So internally, Eugenia, what we do is the resolutions and the tribal requests that we have, we share those with the department. So within the department, what happens, and I talked about this earlier about the four corners, we get very specific guidance from OMB around how we are going to formulate our departmental budget proposals. But on top of whatever that requirement may be, we share with them this type of budget request that has been developed by TIBIC, because it may not fit within those four corners, right? So what they do with that at OMB, I don't know. But ultimately, our budget proposals that are back due on June, we have very specific guidance that we have to adhere to around formulating our budgets there, and that's what we have to adhere to. But this information is there and available and shared with the department's leadership, and then with OMB as well, is my assumption.
Well, I would add, NCI typically, as a part of the contract that they had with the Bureau, not only facilitating, but they also put together the recommendation to the Secretary regarding these priorities and our particular ask, and also the unique issues that came out of the dialogue from the 12 regions. So we typically did that as a part of this process, because the contract ended in January, I think. So they didn't know what they were supposed to do with this process. So they haven't done it. Matt is here. I think Matt's still here. with NCI, maybe. Anyhow, I can find out if they can still do that, you know, regardless of not having a contract, to help facilitate this particular process, as well as writing a letter from the TBIC to Congress, to the Appropriation Committees, both the Senate and the House. So we typically did that, and we would identify our needs and the basis for our needs, and underscoring anything that is unique. So we did that always. We've always vetted it with the 12 regional directors. They had, 12 regional representatives, and they had to approve it before we could send it out.
Let's go down here.
Thank you. Janice Taylor, Cherokee Nation and Eastern Oklahoma TIBIC representative. I want to go back to the 27 budget that you presented. A lot of the budgets that for us were cut by about 2/3. You made the comment that you were anticipating possibly an increase in the overall budget. So will those line items be amended, or how does that potential increase play into our budgets?
So Congress, when they pass the appropriations, those activities and sub-activities are very explicit in the budget that they passed. So, and they have the power to, we must enact what Congress lawfully passes in those line items. So, yeah, those enacted line items you see are precisely what Congress passed in that minibus earlier this year. So it effectively, the prior request becomes moot at that point, because Congress has taken it into consideration. They, through the appropriation process, has allocated the appropriations to these line items, and we then execute on those budgets. So we have early indications from the House that there's going to be increases in the Indian Affairs budget.
So is it safe to say early indications that there will be increases in Indian Affairs budgets? You do not know at this point what line items within the budget that is in? Okay.
We have the House mark, which shows some of those, but that is not the final appropriation bill.
Okay.
There will be a separate Senate mark, and then there will be a conference where they reconcile the two, and then both houses will pass that appropriation bill. Now, over the last 30-plus years, we've never gotten that done before October 1st, so we are typically in a CR. So if we're in a CR, we'll have those 26 enacted levels going forward in that CR while Congress continues to work on the Senate and the House mark and the final appropriation bill.
If I might add to part of the strategy, when those of us who work the Hill to try to correct the budget back to, any reductions or enhancing of particular line items and programs because of the need and the basis for the need from our perspective. Typically, when you go to these committees and you engage with the leadership of the committee and their staff, they'll say, why didn't the administration ask for it? So we find ourselves here asking the administration to ask for it, while we have to run up in the Hill to explain to them they didn't ask for it because of reasons that we don't know exactly. You don't know the thing. That's why we want more detail. We want more rationale so we can counter it. And so we find ourselves in a pinball machine in the political process.
Yeah.
Asking the executive branch as the leader of the nation in their trust treaty obligation to the tribes to advocate for us. But when you don't advocate for us, then we have to go to the purse strings and explain to the purse strings and the Hill why you need to fund this.
Yes.
And there just needs to be, we need to close that gap. And so that, we shouldn't be going to the point that was made earlier. You're supposed to be our advocate. I know we blame you, but at the end of the day, you don't make those decisions. But that message has to be a part of this process. So in the ranking that I'm assuming that Randy and Sharon are going to get to, it'll show that we're asking for a whole lot more. That's where the 30 billion plus come from. So we just need to get better traction. And I would ask, you or somebody made the comment maybe it was Rick. OMB's been coming to these meetings, but I would point out it's the OMB examiner. It's one person over there at OMB. That's not the person that's making the decisions. He, she is communicating it to their bosses. And it gets to the deputy and the director position. They're making decisions. And I know that's part of this pass back, right, Wendy, Sharon? And so we need our champions to be championing for us for a budget that makes more sense at the end of the day for the president's budget that gets produced in February. And then we're back up in the hill trying to correct what was not asked for.
Since we're talking about processes to determine what our needs are, we are going to respectfully ask for a work session on the ranking, how you do the ranking for education. And so again, many of these processes were created some time back, and all processes need to be reviewed at some time to maybe make some changes that's going to elicit a better response. Gee, she talks like a white woman here, yeah. So we're sitting back here thinking about the ranking tool for education, and we all agree that we need a different system, and how can we contribute to a tool that's going to reflect our needs based on the work we do on our community, because we're out there doing the work. So who better guide you than us? Thank you.
And again, Cecilia Fire Thunder as the first speaker.
I don't know if it's on, is it? Okay. Courtney Tulance, Great Plains Region. On your, can you hear me? Okay. On your budget formulation on the tribes, so in our region, we used to work with the regional budget officer, and he would have the point of contacts for the 16 tribes. And it's not always the tribal president. It's an administrative person like myself. And we would get with our programs, get their unmet needs, decide together, and then we would present it to the council. And then they would give it to the chairman to take to the Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association, whereas the group, we would decide for that region and our budget requests, but we were always told you stay within what you got last year. If there was something different or something that needed more funding, it would be in our budget request, but it was not always sent that way. And so when I see tribal budget requests up there as a check mark, it should really be the tribal budget request. Not what we're being told to keep it at, because we're giving you, that's an unmet need. And when the regional offices do the budget formulation, I think there also should be, besides the budget, what are some true, accurate, realistic data that supports that ask? And our tribal data exceeds GEPRA. I know GEPRA, and doesn't help us build our budgets. It's a target match for the federals, but it's not for the tribes. And so we need that to kind of, be updated or something when we have these working groups. The regional offices, I know you guys are really strapped for people, but, and I know you are sharing resources, like we have to share the budget officer with other regions, but we can help. We have our tribal chairmen's meetings. I can get point of contacts, but we don't want to put all that on one budget officer who has to, serve multiple regions. Who do we give that information to for point of contacts? Do we want it to be the regional director, or who do we give that information to? Because I can get your point of contacts from our 16 tribes. We don't have as much as some of you, but that helps so every tribe will understand these are what the priorities, what we think, and this is our budget request from Great Plains region. And then by the time it gets here, then we can sit there and say, okay, this is what we have to work with. But at least we're telling each other what needs to happen. You're getting to know more of the tribes in that way. And at least they're getting some knowledge of this process. Kiki did a really good presentation with USAT. I showed it to our council. It helped. They understood that process. So if we could do more of that, because, you know, we're all coming up with new elections again, so we're going to have to retrain our people again. So that's just my recommendation, but you really do need established point of contacts per region or per tribe in that region. Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney. Sorry, Tafuna, 1 second. I believe we do. So every region should have a budget point of contact that is sharing with you all the priority ranking tool, because that really is how we have historically at TIBIC gathered all the regional priorities and rolled them up to a national ranking of priority. Because there is like 130 plus programs, we've condensed them into, I think it's 9 different priority areas, I believe, that we then have a PDF, fillable PDF tool that goes out to every tribe. And I think we have a slide that shows what our response rate has been, right? Like, it's hard in Alaska to get everybody to respond because it's, you know, very remote communities. But this is exactly what you're talking about, Courtney. This is the data that we're getting from the tribes that have submitted their ranking priorities, and that then feeds ultimately that tribal request that goes forward with our four-corner exercise with OMB.
I have one question. We have a program, and I'm sure most of you have the program, but you probably supplement it with your tribal dollars, but we're kind of unable to do that. The burial assistance program. And we have to take some money maybe from social services or someplace, but it is not enough. This morning I had one of our council reps, she kept leaning back, you know, boom, boom, boom. We had 3 deaths just today. And we were already like almost 75% of our budget gone. And it's not even almost the end of the year. So where do we put that if it's not one of the line items? Or where do we request funding for that program?
That would be under welfare assistance.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And Courtney, yeah, it is available. And so, central office has welfare assistance as well. So any region, if the region is running into shortfalls and unable to help, they can reach out to central office, and we have available funds to supplement. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you say that? Repeat that. So if a region is running into shortfalls,
On their welfare assistance program, because of burial assistance or whatever may happen, we often have some funding available in central office that we can use. You know, the silver lining of having so few staff is that we have a lot of unused salary in these various programs that we typically give out to tribes as program dollars.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. All right, it worked. All right, good afternoon. Tafuna Tusi, Rocky Mount Tribal Leaders Council, Rocky Mount Region, alternate. So I think this body's been doing a lot, right? And I think we did everything that we can to try to, you know, get that budget, justify the budget and everything the Indian country need. So as we're moving forward, and I hear a lot of conversation, a lot of, you know, comments and whatnot, it almost seems like we're trying to add more or trying to bring back what we've been talking about, you know, 5 or 10 years ago. For me, I've been here 2005 since I've been on this, you know, the tribal, the budget formulation. And then I'm also on the IHS budget formulation as the advisor to our tribal leaders from the Billings area. Because when you talk about PIA, it's Rocky Mount region, right? So with that being said, what I say is when IHS do theirs, and I'm not trying to bring it forward, what I heard is when you go up to the hill Every information you need is in that budget request. So what IHS did, and what we always brought it forward, is put everything we need to ask for. This year, I think we asked for $75 billion, okay? This is through IHS. Now, how is that? Like I mentioned earlier, our audience is the senators and congressmen. Those are the people that make the decision. With that being said, the tribal leaders here, or even with IHS, go up to the Hill, and then they ask for more. The first question, like it was mentioned, like, well, what did you request? $75 billion if you're an IHS. And if you ask here, 39 or whatever that amount is, then if that amount is low, then the question they ask again to you, how come you guys didn't request? They can say because of the process you guys have, right? But with IHS, they can say this is what the tribal leaders want. This is the need to full fund IHS. The difference between IHS and PIA is IHS is human, right? You deal with human and everything. And this is what I always heard. When it comes to PIA, you deal with land, trees, air, water, so forth. Well, we still have human when we come to PIA. Those are those kids. You know, that's where the ECO comes in play and all those other departments that they have. So what I'm asking here is this. We have the vehicle, but the problem is what we put in that vehicle is not the one that we want. We have all the documentation we need. We have all the tribal leaders, the voice of 575 federal recognized tribe. Why doesn't BIA as a whole take what we need and full fund it? And how that data come about, that's what data come in place. So no matter what we're doing right now, you still need to look at why are we here right now? It's not working, right? We heard that all the time, it's not working. The other thing I always hear from all the tribal leaders is the system that both BIA and IHS have is broken. Doesn't work. But our take on this is the only mechanism system to bring funding rolling down to the tribe. Yes, there's other systems there like grants and all those other. But when you deal with IHS and PIA, that is that funnel system. That's where the funding goes. We call it invisible bank sometimes, right? But that funding or that mechanism, we have it, is right here. So with that being said, we need to figure out what you guys need to do to better this process. We have everything you need, but it's for you to take the request. And if that request says $70 billion, take the request because that's your job. You're the middleman. We can say, yes, you're just here because you're the middleman and you're just a messenger. But if you are in the process, if you're part of that process, then you are that process. So with that being said, what we can do here is pass it to you, carry that forward, and this is the voice of the elected official. This is the voice of those tribes. It's not your voice. Your messenger. Then you can take that and say, I'm just a messenger. This is what they want, and please pass this forward. Then up in the hill, the elected official can go and prove the point and can ask them for more money or whatnot. Because if our tribal leaders from Rocky Mountain region or Billings area go up to the hill and ask for more funding on a line item, the first thing they're going to ask is, what did you guys request? Well, if it's in the IHS budget, it's easy for us to say that because we're asking for more money, and they say, we barely have any. And then, of course, they do their own due diligence to try to pass that funding to us in some way the federal have. So all I'm asking here is find that vehicle, however the process is, because we can sit here and talk about the same thing we talked about 5-10 years ago, and it's still not working. So the only thing I know that not happening is you guys pass the full funding, whatever that may be, and pass it forward. You know, because that's what I just did. And I'm not saying that's the reason why they get all the money they have. But you know what? When Billings area put that forward, everybody there laugh at us. They say, yeah, good luck. That's not going to happen. But that was not the point. Because there's a lot of changeover, just like tribal leaders. A lot of changeovers from senators and congressmen. Some of them love the tribe. Some of them hate the tribes. But one thing you know for sure is the document that they receive doesn't lie. With that, they will make that decision with the authority they have to pass more money to IHS. Well, now, IHS slowly getting that money. We're looking at it. The budget's just like $8 billion somewhere. Who knows down the road? But here, BIA is still trying to climb. So I think if we can move forward and put in what the tribal leaders from this body wants, what that number is, and tell us what you need to justify that number, then I think that's good. But we can sit here and talk about the same thing, and who's who, what's what, this is what we want, and dissect it, and then you guys throw the bone this way, and then all the elected official or those 12 reach and fight over it. That's not good. So I think with the TIPIC, the name TIPIC we have is simple, right? Tribal Interior Budget Council. We are partners. We work together, not TPAC. TPAC is Tribal Budget Advisory Group, or committee. So I just want to make sure this is why this name changed from TPAC to TIPIC, so we can work together. So find that solution, find that vehicle, and then let's move forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Tafuna. And again, this gets back to Kiki's earlier point, is that we do pass on the tribal request. That is, we do that. We're the messenger. We pass that on. But it goes to other decision makers that are here in the department and at OMB. And the ultimate decision is for the White House to decide what gets sent to the Hill. And that is in the form of the president's budget. So at some other point there, I don't know where, there's the decision not to share from the administration, the executive branch's position, the full tribal request. That's why NCAI and the tribes, you all have access to it, because then you all can share it with the Hill. So, yeah, you guys do. You do that, I think, right? I think that happens. Go ahead, Rick. I assume it does.
So I was just wondering, I know that many of you on the leadership staff level have to give testimony to Congress and the subcommittees. Do you share this information that comes from the tribal leaders in TIBIC with them during those processes, or do you just talk about the proposed budget that you guys put forward?
So typically, it's the political leadership that testifies on the budget, not the career staff. I've testified, I think, 3 or 4 times in the last year, and it's typically on technical legislation, technical testimony. But Billy is up there now in the Senate committee testifying on the 27 budget request, and it is very, very clear to everybody that we must support the president's budget.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that as part of your job, but like it's been said before, you also, part of your job is to represent the tribes. And so it seems like there must be a way where you can support the president's budget and then still pass along what the tribes are requesting and not say that's not your request as an employee of this administration or whatever administration, but this is what is coming out of the work that the tribal leaders are doing. There's got to be a way to do that respectfully.
Yeah, and I think that right before the break, Rick, that's what Kiki was talking about, right? Like, we've got to figure out what is that mechanism to do that. Because right now, the way it is the executive branch is run by the White House. The White House controls ultimately what the message will be that goes to the Hill, representing the executive branch. So, can I go to Chairman Kiki? Yes,
I got a question for the co-chairs here. How come we can't submit our TBIT budget to Congress?
We can submit testimony to Congress. We typically do on behalf of TBIC. We typically will put together testimony. This year is awkward. They had testimony early, so most of us have already have testified, but we can still submit testimony. We haven't this year because the contract ended, and then we didn't have our typical meeting that we typically have right now to coordinate that. Draft up. That's what I was mentioning earlier. Matt usually does it for us. He combines our priorities and our specific ask and the arguments for our ask, so we submit that. So I was just talking to Matt. We're going to try to do that now anyhow under the TBIC task force, which is more inclusive. It includes all the other federal programs, but we can narrow it down to just the interior so that we submit one specific to the interior budget. So we can still do that as an alternative to what we normally do for TBIC. And that's why I'm hoping that administration will agree that we'll get a contract ASAP to help facilitate that kind of work. So we will get that done. On top of that, we will coordinate with the NCI leadership and Mark, the president, and Larry, the executive director, Matt, who's one of our key staffers, to actually work with the committee staff so we can go to them and make the case why we need more help from them. Their work is not done. They're having hearings right now with the leadership to ask questions about both IHS and BIA. So we have some time to put together the letter and then actually make personal visits. Now, we do know that some tribes will be very active themselves anyhow, because you have specific issues that are unique to your tribe or your region. And so we think we can do that. We're going to Plan B, but to do just what you just asked.
Yeah, the reason I'm saying that is because Congress approves the budgets, so they'll know what the tribes are presenting.
All right, let's wrap up here real quick, Sharon. We'll get back to the presentation then. Are you, maybe back up a couple slides and keep going?
Yes, I think since we're a little bit behind on the agenda, the next item is the 2027-28 Tribal Priority Program ranking results. And so it's just a recap of the results that were presented last year. And so on this slide, this was the shows participation by region of tribes that submitted a ranking tool for the 27-28 budget request. We do have the details by region of which tribes submitted and which ones didn't, and we have shared that with tribal leaders in the past and representatives for the regions as well. So if you are still looking for that information, we still have it and are happy to provide it at your request. And as you can see on here, this just compares the 2027 or 27-28 submissions against what was submitted in 25. You can see some regions greatly improved, others went a little bit back, but we'll continue to do outreach, encourage regional budget officers the next time if we do this. If we continue this process again for 29, we'll continue to look at ways to do more outreach. And with this process, I think we have been able to get funded for maybe not a lot, but there was a program that came out of TBIC and the TBIC budget request to fund tribal courts operations and maintenance, and we were able to request that, and Congress funded it.
I would point out on the right 25, on the left 27, some of us performed better, some of us didn't perform as well, but I would remind you it's hard, even though the ranking is an easy process tribe by tribe. It's hard reaching out and getting the right people to go in and do the ranking. And so it's just been hard every year. Now, it's also relative to they have the right staff. Sometimes you have to make personal calls to the tribe to track down the right person to get online and actually do the ranking. So keep working at it. But this goes back to Rick's earlier point about we need more staff at the regional offices to help make those calls, sometimes because they need to be personal calls, to chairs or executive officers to find out who can go online and do the ranking so we can get closer to 100%. So some areas did really well, and some areas just so-so. My area, half my 45 tribes participated. Rick?
And two other things I wanted to point out. One, if a tribe has already filled out the survey and nothing's changed in the next years when we put the survey out, we still use their same data if they don't resubmit a survey. So they're included, but they're not shown in this percentage that they have a survey in. This is just the new tribes or the tribes that submitted a survey that year. So it's not truly representative of everyone that's put in their priority rankings, because we're using their old survey if they don't renew it, because maybe nothing's changed, In many cases, small tribes may not have the capacity to do this annually. That's one of the reasons why we changed it up and try to make it a lot easier, point and click type of survey. But that also speaks to the small tribe supplemental, small and needy tribe funding to help with those small tribes getting that staff so they can do the reporting, do these surveys, to get the data and information we need to advocate for our budgets.
So, hello, can you hear me? So I want to agree with Ron because we had a changeover at our region and we haven't had communication from them since last fall. So usually we get communications region-wide reminding us about the ranking tool. And as representatives, they'll even send us an email saying, hey, there's some tribes in your area that haven't been submitting. They're not responding to us. Can you guys reach out? And so going from 100% to 78, that's what I see because we've had no communication. So back to staffing, it's in communication back to us.
Yeah, Michelle, and Midwest has been hit harder than many other regions as far as our leadership turnover there. So I apologize that has fallen through the cracks. But we will be getting back into the groove of notifying tribes as part of this process because this has been the way we've been gathering data to actually rank the TPA priorities. And the TPA allocations and priorities have been a part of this budget process for 30 years almost, right?
So I just to address Michelle's point she just made, and I know she knows this, but for those of you who don't. So last fall, in fall time is when the ranking goes out. Last fall was the odd year that we don't submit it. So all tribes should be getting that information this fall around October time period. So when we do the next survey.
One comment. When I was doing the ranking for our tribe, my submission wasn't being accepted. And I kept contacting not only the agency, but the region saying, can I just fax it to you? Because it wouldn't read my responses. And I've always had that problem. I don't know. I was told, well, because you have a Mac and it's not friendly with our system. So something like that needs to be, looked into or updated with their IT. And I know we didn't have a budget officer when we was doing this, so at least we improved by 20%. But still, I'm just hoping that, can there be something put on there about impacts? If the funding was decreased or something, what was the impacts to the tribes? And that data would help a lot. Because if I was looking back on one of your slides about economic development and the decrease to job placement and training program, that's going to impact a lot of my students that take advantage of that program. It's always our last resort. And there should be someplace on that ranking that says, if it's decreased or proposed to be eliminated, this is how much people it's going to impact for us. So if that happened with welfare assistance, that would have been anywhere close to 500 individuals. That's an impact for us. And so if we could put something like that in that ranking too, some kind of data.
We typically put that in the summary, that the impact point, you won't glean it out of the ranking priorities. You got to put it into the summary, and that's what Matt usually does with our report to the secretary and also our testimony to Congress. He's here, and so we're gonna try to put something together that can address the 27 budget.
Okay.
Thank you, Courtney. All right, let's so we'll give Sharon, or go ahead, Eugene.
Sorry, I had to step away really quickly. My apologies. Really, I wanted to ask you, going back to the slide for tribal government, promoting tribal self-determination, I saw that you have right now $5 million to support the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina after the tribe recently received federal recognition, and this is for new tribe TPA. How is TPA determined for each tribe? And is $5 million, is that, like, what is your criteria in deciding how much tribes get in their TPAs? Thank you.
So let me take a stab, and then Randy and Sharon can correct me where I get it wrong. So back in the 1990s, when we initially started a lot of the 638 contracting across the country, the way that the BIA determined how much would get allocated per contract to individual tribes, they developed what are called tribal shares. So within your region, there's old documentation from the 1990s where the entire regions went about essentially dividing up the funding amongst the tribes based on various criteria like acreage, population, etc. Those tribal shares are still today the TPA allocations that we have, the relative shares of the TPA dollars that we have today. Now, this ranking process may allocate more funding to those TPAs based on this ranked priority and then what our submission and then what Congress ultimately does. But how we allocate to each tribe is still based on those tribal shares that were developed back in the 1990s still. And it is, you know, there is a very significant gap between the 1990s, the number of federally recognized tribes, the land bases of those tribes, the enrollment of those tribes. That has all changed. But it is a very difficult task to ask anyone to try to reset those shares. Because the moment you do that, you're going to have a lot of debate about whether resetting those shares is equitable for anyone. I was in high school at the time when they did it the first time, but I've seen the documentation, and it is books of debate between the tribes at the time about what is fair. Ultimately, at least in the Northwest, which is the one I'm most familiar with, there was agreement by the tribes that they will live with these tribal shares. They did not agree that it was fair, but they said they would live with them, and that is ultimately still the percentage of tribal shares that we have today.
Okay, so I want clarification here. So, and I hope that the tribal leaders are listening to this, because this sounds really crazy to me. So in the 1990s, the BIA determined to divide amongst the tribes, right?
With the tribes. So
With
BIA worked with the tribes.
So the BIA worked with, but this was in the 90s.
It was in the 90s.
So those TPA numbers haven't changed since the 90s.
The percentages, the shares.
The
TPA numbers have adjusted a lot. They've gone up. The amount of money has increased, but the shares remain the same. So the proportion of shares has remained the same.
So can you tell me, when you guys are looking at the criteria for determining the TPAs, can you tell me, like, what's the citation of the criteria that are listed?
The citation?
Or I guess, is it internal? Are you guys making that decision internally? I guess what I want to know is how $5 million was decided for this new tribe when there's other tribes where they don't get that much TPA.
Yeah, so typically, it's not very common that we have new tribes, but when we have new tribes, there often is a request for additional, because you don't want to fit the tribe into the existing pot. You make a request for additional dollars for that tribe so that you're not pulling from other tribes' resources to fund a new tribe. And the Lumbee Fairness Act is very explicit that the Lumbee Nation will not be eligible for funding until their roles are validated, and the earliest will be 2029, before they are built into a lot of the formulas that we have currently. So I think the way we got the $5 million for Lumbee was they are a fairly large tribe, population-wise, I think anywhere above 50,000 people. And so we've looked historically at other new tribes funding, Little Shell, some others, to allocate, because this is aid to tribal government. It's the funding for them to stand up their government. And so if Congress provides that new tribe funding, That would be the only funds that they receive in the interim until we've completed the Lumbee Fairness Act requirements, because they won't be able.
Well, it's a good question. I can tell you, this is personal experience. My tribe got recognized in 1981. We received $35,000. Well, of course, we were a small tribe, 600 citizens. The Lumbee Nation is little over 68,000. So it's a much larger tribe down there in North Carolina. So, and they've been working with them for quite some time on coming up with how they calculate it. So I'm not sure which division handles it, but they're the ones that came up with that number to put in that line item, if I understand it correctly.
That's right. So our Office of Federal Acknowledgement, OFA, is working on the Lumbee Fairness Act along with the Eastern Region in complying with that law. And so the estimate that we got, kind of extrapolating from previous new tribes funding requests, was that was the right amount, about right amount. It's our best professional estimate, Eugenia, to answer your question directly. But that is the only funding they will be eligible for in the short term, if it is provided by Congress. Ultimately, Congress would have to fund it.
And to put it into perspective, you can put my reservation in the Navajo parking lot.
Which parking lot? Because if it's council's parking lot, that's a little bit smaller. Bash's might be a little bit bigger.
But if I may, it is important that every region understand their tribal shares and the history there. That documentation I have from the Northwest, it's very fascinating. I see Joe De La Cruz's name. I see these names of these legendary tribal leaders that were a part of these conversations, and you see the difficulty it was in reaching what is the right, how do you divide the pie fairly and equitably with everybody? And it wasn't easy. And that's probably why we've never tried to revisit those tribal shares. And what has happened is Congress, at certain points in time, have actually provided us directed spending and language to actually include funding for new, quote-unquote, new programs. So tribes that didn't have a forestry program, or didn't have a realty program, or didn't have a law enforcement program, those are often through Congress where we get the new money for those programs. Because right now, when we get an increase to the activity level, we share it among those relative TPA shares. And everybody gets their little bump, right? It's peanut butter across the tribal shares. And so that leads, if the tribe wasn't around in the 90s and didn't have a program in the 90s, they wouldn't get any of those funds. And that's common everywhere.
So that's proportional across regions. That hasn't changed. The proportion within the region amongst the tribes in the region has not changed.
Kiki Caro.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And then also the proportion across all 12 regions has not changed either.
That's correct. It's my understanding. Unless.
See, in what you're hitting.
Please, yeah, please do something.
What you're hitting at is something that comes up in our budget formulation process every time we do it, which is we talk about these 130 line items, but there are many tribal nations in our region and across the country who aren't eligible for any of it because there's no additional dollars to be had because it's all been decided already. So, I mean, so to these conversations about who gets what, this is embedded in the very conversation we're having right now, both within the regional level and then across regions. So we're having these conversations about who gets what, regardless of whether you're small, whether you're large. That was determined over 30 years ago, you know, and that has never changed. And so as those allocations go out, it's consistent with that, and then it even is further exacerbated within inside the region. Yeah.
That's spot on, Kiki.
Continuing on with the tribal party rankings recap. On this slide, this is the final results that came out of the 27-28 National Tribal Ranking by category. Number one is strengthening tribal communities. I believe this category has been number one for the last several years now. Number two is public safety and justice. And number three, trust natural resources management. Number four, economic development. Education is number five, and that's the ranking, you know, by tribes. We also have a separate ranking for education by the schools. And then number six is trust land and water rights management. Ranking number seven is construction, and then number eight resource management construction. And this is just another view of the ranking, and you can see the percentage of the votes that came in or what was ranked, and 19% is number one, strengthening tribal communities. And then on this slide, I know it's a lot, it's overwhelming, it's a lot of colors and charts. We do have these charts broken down further. Each region has its own individual chart and more details. But this is just a snapshot to show how the national ranking compared to each of the regions with all the categories. So on the left is your national ranking, and you can see at the top, number 8, right, that is strengthening tribal communities that got the most points. And then you can see which regions, easily see which regions voted that as number 1 as well. And so you can see right next to it, Great Plains, that was not their number 1, strengthening tribal communities. Their number 1 is actually public safety and justice. And like I mentioned, we do have, as we presented last year, all the data and additional charts to view your regions and each of the budget lines that fall under these categories. You can see how each region ranked. And I believe the next slide is it's our separate materials that will also be on our website. These were provided last year as well. But yeah, so we'll have the materials for the individual regional versus the national ranking charts, then the national tribal ranking by category, and then the programs, the more detailed, goes all the way down to the budget lines under each one of those categories. And then we also have a separate document on the education rankings. So what did the tribally controlled schools and Bureau operated schools rank as their priorities? And then, of course, how did the tribes rank versus the schools? And I didn't know if we wanted to go over all those materials, so I did not. We have them, and we can if we want to, but we also don't have to in the interest of time. So it's up to the co-chairs and tribal co-chairs. And then this slide is just a snapshot of the 27 budget submission, the tribal interior budget submission. We can bring up the full document. We do have that available if we wanted to go through that. But basically, we just want to recap the priorities from last year and see if those are the same ones we want to go forward with, have more discussion, or if there are new priorities in 2028 that the tribes would like to elevate and include in their 28 budget submission. And that's it. But we can bring up those other documents if you would.
Yeah, that last document is what we typically design or negotiate with you guys when we have this meeting. And Matt usually takes the lead for us and shapes it out. So we're going to do something similar just through NCAI using our task force. We still have the same data, whatever data we need relative to the ranking we'll get from Sharon and Randy. And then in it is where we would put what Courtney asked for was to describe the impacts of not funding certain things, transportation or whatever it might be. So that's where we hit hard on that point and the emphasis. And then up front is always where we underscore the trust and treaty obligations. So that's where we want to hit them hard on that. So I think we have to go to Plan B because we just didn't have this meeting set up the way we typically do. But we can catch up.
I was just going to say, just timeline-wise, right? Our budget request for 28 is due to the department on June 12th. So, we just have a few weeks to get that tribal request. We know it's a short turnaround time, but we'll share what we have already, right? 2027 with with Asia leadership and senior directors as we go through our 28 budget formulation process internally. in central office.
Great, thanks, Sharon. Karen, please.
So we've got a few days left to get a our budget request in to you folks, right? It's got to be in by June, is that what I just heard?
June 12th.
Okay. And in respect to time and what's happening here, I'd say that we resubmit the 2027 budget that we put forward last year. Was it last year? And as for 2028, but increase it by at least 5%, probably 10% because of the inflation that's happening, the cost of fuel, energy, cost of goods based on tariffs and everything else that's happened in this last year. And just flat across the board, make that the request with an additional 10% per line item as we doled it out last time. We've got a couple hours left here before they kick us out the door, right? And so that's my recommendation. We haggled over the pennies and that doesn't fit within the ranking tool, right? And things like that. And seeing what was presented for 2027, which has nothing like what we put forward. I think we just look at what we put forward for FY27, add to it across the board and submit it.
So, Tafuna Tusi, Rockmore region. So we agree if the roll-up that was submitted is the same, because some region probably changed those priorities. And if they change those priorities and the roll-up different, as far as the top, number one priority, number two, what I mean? So if it stay the same, we agreed 100%. But if it doesn't, then we go against the voice of those elected officials, those tribes from those regions. So I'm just, asking if that is where we're going, please look at what was submitted for 2028, and if all the same as last year, then why not? But if it's different, please roll that up and see where we're at. If there's number one, number two, number three change, we need to go with that and then add 10%. That's the Rocky Mountain region recommendation. Thanks.
We don't have a submission for 2028. We're using the 2027. It's because it's every other year. So this fall will be coming out the next one, and that'll be for 29 and 30.
So that was just a repeat of what we already did.
Right. And so
there's no difference.
Like the phono was just explaining, and Karen, we don't have a lot of changes, especially since we've missed the last couple of meetings due to this new process and trying to re-examine what we're doing. So we don't have additional matrix to apply to new line items to change what our ask is. The only difference that we would probably encounter is there's a small percentage at the end of our budget proposal where we have a few dollars left. I think it's usually around 5% of the total ask, where we look at new issues that have arisen in regions that we might want to address that are different from prior years. Like examples are the fires in California, Alaska would be the flooding that just happened this last winter. Things like that have come up, we'll take a hard look at and try to apply dollars in those areas. But outside of that, it probably wouldn't change a lot from our submission last year.
Well, I guess I'll ask a quick question to Ken and Brian. TPIC has not been dissolved, so as far as you're concerned, our TPIC leadership is still in place, correct? Okay, so seems to me that Karen's suggestion of taking our submission to the secretary that we used last year, that we could take that and modify it based on the points that were made here. Matt's here, he's got that document. we could shape that out and make the cases that many tribes emphasize, large land-based tribes, transportation problems, challenges with regard to unemployment and cost of living, et cetera. We can underscore those points that's different from this point. And I agree with the 10% argument. Keep it simple in terms of elevating what we ask, and put that. We could vet it with you guys. We could send it out to you quickly and say what should we change, and then so we could get it back to Randy and Sharon before the 12th or whatever. You need it within a week or week and a half or something like that. Where are we? Am I right here about timing here, Sharon?
Yes, we need to submit it by our budget proposal by June 12th, but we want to make sure that, we know what the priorities are from the tribes so that we can consider it when we put forth our budget for Indian Affairs for 2028.
But also be mindful, Ron, that they stated that whatever recommendations we make, their attorneys have to review it to see if it's within the confines of the legal parameters.
Of their submission.
Yeah, and so, we would basically still have to wait for that. And we all know how slow legal can be. So even if we were to submit it, there's no guarantee they're going to take it. But we could still use it to take to the Hill to say, this is what Department of Interior submitted, but at TIBIC, this is what we agreed on. So there's still that, we could still do that.
So I'm just suggesting that if we get something done within June 12th, so if we were able to get something to you June 5th, the week before you have to submit, then you'll have our recommendations that can be part of your package.
Yes.
So Matt, where'd Matt go? Is Matt, you still out there? Where are you, Matt?
He's in the back.
Okay, so I'll work with Matt on getting something. Rick and I and Lisa will work with Matt. We'll get something drafted up. We'll circulate it to you as fast as we can, hopefully by next week. Get back to Matt. Matt will be the source of edits, and so we can tidy it up. So Rick's point is correct. The majority of the priorities are the same. It's the points that you guys made here that we got to get into the letter. The impact stuff that Courtney was talking about, et cetera. But Mike, you comment, Tufuna, so all those points, we got to try to tighten them up, put them in the letter, and make the case. There's points that maybe in conclusion, what do we need to say to try to underscore? And you're right that we're going to take that paper and we're going to lobby it like crazy on the Hill. They're in the middle of that process right now. So the time is on top of us for 27, but much less 28. See, this is a 28 budget, so it's the same point for 27. Fair enough? I mean, we got to have a game plan, and we're scrambling. And I think the main issue, correct me if I'm wrong, Ken, is administration is asking, what do we got to improve on TBIC? So you guys made good recommendations yesterday, and so we're going to look at that protocol. We'll get a small group together, take a look at the protocol. We'll send that out to you guys and say, okay, is this a better protocol? They'll vet it. Ken and Billy will vet it, in their circle and try to get that done. And then we got to figure out how we can re-engage our schedule. So we had some dates that we set last year for this year. Now we'll have to examine, Randy, Sharon, can we use those dates?
And Navajo was also making recommendations too, Ron. This is exactly what I'm talking about. We are not part of NCAI, but you guys are always trying to exclude us. So whatever recommendations Navajo has made, that better also be included as well. You skipped over, you went to all the NCAI tribes and didn't recognize that we made recommendations. So be mindful of that.
TBIC is not NCAI.
I know,
TBIC is TBIC.
I'm just saying. but you guys treat it like it's NCAI, because it's being hosted by NCAI.
No.
We
No.
Yes,
No.
you do. You guys are all
He just
NCAI
talked
tribes,
about.
come on.
He just talked about large tribes, he heard your needs, he's gonna include those things. He talked about small tribes, he talked about everything that we talked about yesterday and today to get included and update the comments and justifications is what I'm hearing, that we're gonna update the justifications with the 10% increase across the board. Is that what I'm hearing? And do I need to make a motion to increase the budget by 10% in line items, or is that just gonna happen? And then the justifications that were heard here yesterday and today will be included and to beef up the letter and just for that will with that budget request?
Well, in all fairness, I can make sure you're clear what we would do. Our ask is the 30 billion ask.
Yes.
So
Yes.
if we were to adjust each of those columns by 10%, that 30 billion would go to 34 or whatever.
Yes.
We would just make that ask.
Yes.
That's the only difference here.
Yes.
And then accompanying it is the priorities that Sharon just walked through.
Yes.
Right, those priorities didn't change.
Yeah, the priorities haven't changed, but I'm just saying you're going to beef up some of the justification language in the letter based on the conversations that were held here yesterday and today. Okay, thank you. And we don't need to make a motion for that?
No, because we'll work with the staff to put something together, then put it out to the TIPIC body to review, edit, and then
we'll call it
it'll go for a vote.
a Zoom or Teams meeting? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Kitke's been patient, but I'll just say, and ideally, if you could get it to us by June 5th, which is just over a week away, that would be wonderful. Kitke, please.
So just a couple of thoughts. So I think, to your point, Rick, I think this new budget model is showing that it can be effective. Because if you saw that slide up there, a lot of the priorities are consistently the same. They change a little bit here and there, but a lot of the stuff is consistent. So I think the new budget process, it kind of accounts for that without all the getting stuck in the muck and all the debate over the pennies, right? So I'm happy to see that play out that way. The request I would have, though, and kind of in the spirit and recognition of that last conversation that we just had, this is where I lose sight of it a little bit. To the extent that the regions agree with the TIBIC product, the final TIBIC budgetary product, we've always said that each region then has the prerogative to or not to include that TIBIC product in their testimony, in their submissions each year. And we do that. We pull directly from that. We put that in there, in ours. But one of the things I think we can do better, chairs, and I think you guys may do this, but I think there's a broader responsibility, is that at some point, even though we do have differences in areas, there is a lot of commonality in areas where we can agree. And I think to the whole conversation about the role that we occupy, there should be like a day that we as a collective TIBIC body hit the hill together, you know, and we focus on the things that we agree on, and that way we're showing broad regional unity around whatever those priorities are. So just a suggestion that if that's something we could consider at some point of doing that. I know every region can't necessarily do that, but as many as we can, or may want to do that, but to the extent that we can and desire, to pick a day where we kind of come together and hit these offices together. So just a recommendation.
The mic's not working.
Just pull it out. Just pull it out.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Martha Garcia. I come from the Rayma Navajo. And I'm sure all of you heard about Rayma Navajo because we sincerely helped you out quite a bit here over the past 20 years. And we always take action and we're always involved, even though we're very just a sub-government of the Navajo Nation. And we have been able to come forth every year going through this budget process from the local level. And coming back into the leadership here a little bit over a year ago, we went through the process again, and sometime we're lucky we get to be part of the top priority, and we get a little bit of money, but not a whole lot. We are a 638 tribe, and we miss out on a lot of things being a 638 tribe. I have been told, how come we're not getting any increase? And I'm told, that's all you contracted for. That's all you wanted. So when we contracted back in 1986, I guess that's all we're still getting. And based on that, we have seen where we do a whole lot more service under the 638 program with what little money that we get. And our community sees that. But every year we ask if we can have increases to meet the needs that we have. And one of them, I don't see it in the high ranking, and that's the road maintenance and repair program. We're very lacking in that area, and we would like to see something done about it. Not only do we go through the process, we go up on the hill and submit our testimony. Sometimes we appear before the committee. Other times we have been able just to submit our statements and our position. And it works. We're able to catch the ears of our congressional delegations as well as those people that are on the appropriation committee, and they listen. And I'm hearing that we see this every year. There's budget cuts, and the Green Book, the president's proposal, has never been this low. It's very low this year, but it also, he's not the one that's going to be appropriating the money. It's Congress that's going to be appropriating the money. And I'm hearing that, no, we're going to get some increases. We're hearing that. And it takes all of us as tribal leaders to go up there and do our job for ourselves to say that we need to have increases here because these are our needs. These are real needs out there. And we have to continue to do that in order to make a difference in our community. Even if it's just a little bit, it'll come down and it will come to us. The other thing is to work in partnership with the federal portion of the regional office, the local, your agency, whoever you deal with. Make that a partnership so that you get the information that you need. Communication is a big issue. Sometimes we don't get all the information, but when you do talk with them, they advise you and say, this is what you would need to do. This is coming down. Be prepared for it. And coming up here to the central office, we get to get those type of information, so we prepare ourselves. And when it does come down, we either submit proposals, whatever that needs to happen. So those are the areas where you have to remain positive and offer solutions. That's another thing. You can't just say, I guess, bash the BIA and say you're not doing your job, bash the BIE and say you're not doing your job. You have to come with solutions. Says this is what we need, and we feel that this is how we're going to work together, and it works that way. Because we're all human. We want to make sure that we do our job and do it well, because who does it benefit? It benefits our community members. It benefits the Indian country. And that's why we stay with whatever we need to go forward with. And that's where we come from. We're all trying to move ourselves ahead in whatever way possible. And as we have all been saying today, we are a sovereign nation. So let's be a sovereign nation and work together with the federal government as a sovereign nation, and use our treaty. If you have a treaty obligations, and it's all written there. I remember back in the 70s when we had to go and do our own education because nobody wanted to help us. That's when we formed the Raymond Navajo School Board. And based on that, we used our treaty to say, you have told us that you would provide a teacher for every 30 students, and you haven't done that for the last 100 years. Please implement that now. And based on that, that was effective. So things like that, you just have to come in and state the reason, your justification, and everything to go forward. And so with that, and Tibet, you have a big responsibility for us. I'm seeing some empty seats. I don't see our Southwest region representatives here. But you have a big obligations to represent all of us. I also have another position. I am New Mexico State representative to the House. And there, I represent my district, but I also represent the entire state of New Mexico when it comes to issue. And that's the same situation that you are all involved in. The rest of us, we're here to support all that and bring solutions and bring our issues before you. And we sit down and work together with our counterpart and say, this is how we're going to move forward. And I have been hearing that. We can't advocate for you. We have to support the president's budget. And yet, when we get to Congress, they say, well, BIA said this is all it is. How come you're not submitting your data? How come you're not doing this? How come BIA is still telling us that? And there seems to be a gap in understanding why BIA has to stay what they are, say what they have to say based on the president's budget. But this is a time we have to find solutions. And it's kind of disheartening to hear that we're going to have to go to our second chance and see how we can present and advocate for you. And we have to get it done by June 12th. But you have experts. There's a lot of experts in this room that can provide that, whether it be verbal or if they're really great writers, they can get to work tonight and get it done. I've seen that happen in the past. And I just want to encourage each and every one of you to continue that, because you can be successful, whether it takes a day or over 20 years like we did. But you'll get there and keep on working at it. I have my paper here. I'm going to submit that to you and read it and make it part of and advocate for us from Raymond Navajo chapter. And if you don't, I'll sue you. No.
Thank you, Martha, for those comments. I think you raised a good point, and so I would like to take this time to maybe explain a little bit of our process so that you're not involved at TIBIC or you've been to our meetings and seen us put together the proposed budget. But as your example, the road maintenance, you didn't see that up there. That falls under the strengthening tribal communities line, which has been ranked #1 pretty consistently. And so it is in the strongest, highest ranked priority. So it gets our greatest amount of attention going into the budget. So that's how we use those rankings, what the tribes are telling us are the most important, we give the greatest weight to, and we go down that list. A few different times throughout the process, we do that. So in addition to that, the road maintenance specifically is one of the 31 line items I was talking about that we've applied either a matrix to or we have the data to support. And so we asked for the fully funded amount in road maintenance area, which was $400 million. And so we either use the priority to get the amount that we want to come to, or we either have the data or matrix that we try to ask for a fully funded program.
Well, I just want to add that transportation is something we keep trying to bump up. How Leroy Gishi, I'm not sure if he's still here, he was here yesterday, how they come up with their methodology, but he has a methodology that breaks it down by tribe. So every time there's a bump of $1 million or whatever the number is, then it gets put into that formula per tribe. And then part of that, Martha, because Rema is part of Navajo, I don't know how the Navajo system works with regard to the allocation, or if they break that out.
They're part of Southwest, not Navajo.
When we had the road maintenance symposium 2 weeks ago in Rapid City, we did ask Leroy about his formula on how he distributes the funds. And he flat out told us they don't have a formula. And so when I hear her story about how bad her roads are, that's the same with our tribe. But if you don't have a formula based on anything, then we only get $583,000 for Oglala for 529 miles of road. That's only like $600 per mile per year. And if he doesn't have a formula, we need to come up with a formula or something that's fair. And I just don't understand when the money comes down from Congress to central office, that 6% that's taken off for his department, don't take it and give it to one of our tribes who needs it. If you don't have a formula, you don't need it. And so we have asked, and I did get the support of TBEC to do that data collection project for 3 meetings. It was approved. We still have not received the money to start that. We work really well with other states, their departments of transportation. South Dakota alone, their winter budget is $20 million. Ours is going to be $27 million for Indian countrywide. That's a joke. But if we could do that data and then the tribe's lobby to show that need, that could help. And I did ask Matt a little while ago if Oglala is not part of NCAI, who do we give our budgets and our rankings to? Who in the Bureau do we give it to? Because it's not going to be a part of the NCAI stuff when you ask for it. And so you're going to leave us out. So I want to know, who do we give it to? So it'll be a part of the ask or do we just go region by region or state by state?
Do we give it to you?
Yeah, I was just going to say, so Courtney, yeah, if you don't feel comfortable through the TIBIC, if TIBIC is going to use the NCI, you're more than welcome to give it to Sharon or Randy. You can give it to us directly, to answer your question directly. But if I could, just real quick, and I've got actually 2 acting regional directors that are former transportation managers. So Kurt and Todd, can one of you guys come up here and explain the difference between the various programs? Because there are formula-based transportation programs, and there's road maintenance, which is not. So can one of you two come up and just maybe explain the difference between the two real quick? Sorry to put you on the spot, but so we got 2 acting RDs that are former regional transportation engineers, and so they understand these programs really well. I'm sorry Leroy's not here. This should be him that's up here explaining this, but I appreciate Todd stepping in. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Todd Kennedy, Regional Road Engineer, Midwest Region, currently acting Regional Director. For the road maintenance, there was a process or methodology developed in the 90s. I think it was early to mid-90s, based on the number of BIA roads that each respective tribe had in their inventory. And that methodology hasn't changed. So that methodology that was developed in the 90s is how the funds are distributed to each respective region. And then subsequently, typically each region is disseminating those funds to each respective agency or tribe on that same methodology. There are 2 regions that I'm aware of in the country that did develop their own formula for road maintenance, And it's loosely based on that same methodology. But what happens is annually, when that money, that lump sum comes into those two regions, they apply their formula with updated BIA miles. But that's just the two regions. And it doesn't affect how much money comes to the respective regions as a whole. So that's the road maintenance. For the tribal transportation program, there's a statutory formula which dictates, and it's based on population and miles and historical percentages that each tribe received throughout the country. And we could talk for a whole week on that formula. So, but that's the basis. It is in statute, and that is, the inventory is applied to it every year. The inventory has been frozen for quite a few years that's applied to it, but the numbers are run new every fiscal year. So.
It's frozen, so that's why when we update our numbers or update our population on both sides of that, if our number of roads or miles changes, that's why we don't get an increase. We're told no matter what, we don't get an increase.
The population's not frozen. The inventory that is applied to the formula each year is it's a 2011 or 2012 formula, so that hasn't changed. So if you have added or decreased your BIA miles or any of your miles in your inventory since that time, it has not had an effect on that portion of the formula.
So what's the methodology? You keep talking about.
Use the mic. The people are saying they can't hear.
Sorry.
So grab one of these mics.
Just what's the methodology?
The methodology for the road maintenance, it looked at BIA miles as alone, I believe, back in the 90s, and it was unpaved roads, gravel roads, paved roads, and bridges, and there was a dollar amount of value identified for each of those surface types, and that multiplied by the miles of each surface type is how they came up with the portion of funding that was to go to each tribe, or in this respect, each region as a whole.
So similar to a share, essentially.
Correct.
So
Correct.
it was a share for road maintenance that was allocated in the 90s. Similar to the tribal shares I talked about earlier, Eugenia. That's what they did in the 90s, and that is the methodology for your road maintenance funding.
Mr. Chair, if I might, for your information, what the data that they've been talking about is, we want the same that the states and get from federal highways, per mile, per bridge, per everything. So that's why we've been trying to increase it. That's data that's out there. And the same with BIE schools. We've talked about the same. We should be treated the same at least as the public schools and get the same per student amount as public schools, or even better as military Department of Defense schools. So we've been trying to do that and working with Courtney and others with roads, a lot of roads and things like that. But whatever we submit, and you know, you're hearing us ask for 30 million, 34 million, or billion, I mean now, 34 billion, it gets pared down to 3. And that's not the request that TBIC puts forward. And so we are trying to get up to the standards that the states get. At a minimum, our tribes should be getting the same as our states for law enforcement, for education, for highways, et cetera. So anyway, I just want you to know that we have those discussions a lot, and the roads subcommittee does that, transportation subcommittee, the public safety subcommittee, we talk about that. We talk about that in the education subcommittee as well. So we're looking for that same type of treatment, and we should be getting the same amount of pay. And I think there's some discrimination happening, because we're still US citizens, so put that in your justification as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Todd, appreciate it, thank you. And go ahead, Mark.
Okay, thank you again. This is Martha Garcia. When we talk about the road maintenance and transportation issue, one of the issues that we have found that was the formula. The formula is years old, and it doesn't fit our need today. But we have to go back to Congress for them to amend that and change it. We can't do it here at this level, and I'm not sure how we're going to move forward, but we all have to join and talk about that to them and say, we need a change here and come up with something that's fair and goes across the board so that we all get to lobby for it and get that change. And that way, as she's talking about, we also need to state that we need to be at the same level as other areas in this country. And that's what we have to do. And that's part of our statement that I had just presented. Then the other thing, Ron, for your information, yes, we are members of the Navajo Nation from Rema chapter, but with our federal relationship, we deal directly with them through Southwest region, and that Navajo region, that makes us different, and therefore we know what our tribal shares are, and we're able to do 638 contracting on that. Whereas, as Eugenia had stated, always refers to herself as the big Navajo and Rema's the little Navajo.
I am not getting in the middle of that.
Stay away from that.
I get it, Martha, I get it. Navajo, with all its 98 chapters, I think it is, it's complicated. All right, so the road maintenance is a huge problem. We will underscore it, the urgency of it, along with all the other needs. There's a lot of other items in the line items that affect your rights and your interests, natural resources, et cetera, public safety. So we'll make sure that we underscore it. Randy, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify just a few items. One, Courtney Tulance had mentioned something about a submission. Are you talking about the tribal priority on the ranking submission? Okay, so again, we collect those every other year, not unless there's, some, big change within, your tribe or whatever. Anyway, so those go to a specific email address as well as your regional director. So, and that's standard from year to year. So that's one clarity. Second clarity, road maintenance. We were talking about the formula. I brought up the distribution, and I'll just read it. It's real standard, and it's pretty much what we were talking about. But anyway, these percentages don't change by fiscal years and are based on historical percentages determined by miles of road maintained at tribal locations and lands. Those percentages were established in 1995 from budget requests that came in from the regions based upon a 58 BIAM, and funding amounts were determined by prorating what funding was available to these miles. Only 10 regions receive an allocation because they are the regions that have BIA road miles. So anyway, I just wanted to put that on there for the record. Thanks.
Where did you get that information?
This is under the, I will tell you exactly. And it's out there for your information as well. It's from the IA.
So 26, IAM, the Indian Affairs Manual, 26, which is the transportation Indian Affairs Manual. So that is online. Great. So co-chairs, I think we were hoping to do a quick break, but we have 2 more hours. If we want to, Chairman LeBeau, please.
Is this on? This is on? Okay. Thank you. Ryman LeBeau, Chairman for the Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe. Just looking at the presentation, appreciate going over this, all this information, very helpful. We did notice that there's a line item for small tribes supplement, TPA, $7 million from last year. Where's the large land-based tribes supplement?
I don't believe Congress has a large land-based tribe supplement, but there is a small tribe supplement. So that I think yesterday it was mentioned that some tribes have so little funding that there needs to be a baseline. So that's effectively what the small tribe supplement is intended. It used to be historically, and I hated this name, it used to be called small and needy tribes. And now they've updated to small tribal supplement. And there are requirements around that in the law of who qualifies for those funds.
Yes, and I would just like to add, if we had that large land-based supplement, it would help us cover, law enforcement issues, to cover our large reservations, because we have reservations the size of Connecticut or bigger, so that's what we're up against. We got 3 officers on per shift to cover this large land mass, and it's just not able to do it. And on top of that, we got to travel across these terrible BIA roads that are going unmaintenanced, unmanaged, and probably the worst roads in Indian country. So we're sending our police officers across these roads just to save lives, and that's a danger as well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman LeBeau. But I guess, co-chairs, I was going to ask, do we want to take a break, or do we want to power through and just have folks take a break?
We can take a break. I just wanted to respond to him, though, real quick. That public safety is another reason that we're trying to get the same as the states and municipalities, and then per capita and per area.
Pensions for that.
Yeah, and so those requests have gone in, and it's in that $30 million budget. So we are trying to support public safety and education and highways, roads, and brakes, yes.
Cecile?
Okay, one last comment.
Okay.
Cecile?
I'm sitting here listening to all this discussion, and there are many things that I'm concerned about. One of the areas that I've never really brought forward, but at this juncture, all tribal leaders across Indian country, especially for large land-based tribes like Pine Ridge, we have education systems are different. The funding is different on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. The Department of Defense has one school, BIA school. The second one is the public schools are getting a lot more money than we are because they're getting state funding, impact dating Johnson O'Malley. The third one is our schools. So there's 3 levels of funding on the Pine Ridge Reservation for education for all Lakota kids. I drive to work every day, 55 miles, and I pass all these buses. They have all different labels on these buses. These are all Lakota kids. However, each education system has a different funding. So 25,000 WSU for this one, 18,000 for this one, and we're at 9,000 for the tribal schools. So today I want to ask all tribal leaders who are listening, who are in this room, to let's start talking about equal education funding for all of our schools on our Indian reservations. How do we do that? I don't know, but I think it's time to start talking about bringing equality and the same number of dollars for our tribal schools, our BIA school, and we do have one private school, and their WSU, there's no number there. In other words, let's start talking about some equality here, darn it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's take 15. 3:30, come back.
Back at 3:30, sounds good.
Switching over to my cough drop. It's like, he's gonna start. He's gonna
go back up there.
He's gonna beat me on the back pretty soon. That's what I choked on to begin with.
Yeah.
He's like, he's gonna be beating on me pretty soon.
Come here, bring your popcorn. You can come sit by us.
That's the only way you could see her.
Really great family.
You could see her as
We'll do a big X.
I said, please no distractions. Really?
Yeah, and then at the end of the year, in November, we say, okay, pony up that money. We got it, and then take it, take a name that says, who's the first tree? And then we buy it. And then the outreach.
So co-chairs, you ready? All right, folks, let's get started back because we do have a hard stop at 5 o'clock. So, and we want to make sure that everybody gets opportunity to continue the conversation here. So we do have about 25 more minutes remaining to talk about 28 budget priorities. I think I'm going to try to summarize what happened this afternoon, and please jump in, co-chairs or TIBIC members, if I don't get it right or provide clarification. So I think the TIBIC tribal reps are going to work to pull together the baseline 27 submission with a 10% increase as the 28 submission. They will also update the summary document. I call it the letter, but it's kind of the explanation summary with a lot of the narrative around those priorities. We are open to all tribes to submit directly to us if they don't feel comfortable coordinating with the TIBIC body or with NCI that may be providing some assistance on this. But ultimately, our goal here is to have something within 2 weeks that we can then present to Assistant Secretary Kirkland for the FY28 budget. So I think that's what I heard this afternoon, and just kind of looking around at the co-chairs to see if I summarized it broadly enough, closely enough to what it was. I think so. I don't see it. Nobody's saying no, so I'm going to take that as a yes. Any other comments on the FY28 priorities and ranking that we had this morning or this afternoon? And then right at 4 o'clock in 20 minutes, we want to transition to the moving forward. What are we going to do next with TIBIC moving forward? Go ahead, Eugenia.
Thank you. Am I on? Can you guys hear me? Okay, perfect. So just very quickly, so I want to kind of swing back to what Karen was talking about in terms of settlement and how that's kind of, you know, unfair that we're taking settlement funds out of BIA budget, right? So that's kind of decreasing our budget in places that we really need, you know, that we need to have those services addressed. So what can we do as tribal nations to try to make that change, to ask Congress to address that? Also, Navajo, when we were on the Hill last week for Police Week, we were asking for mandatory spending for the contract support costs and then also for the 105L. That way it doesn't take or eat away from our budget for BIE, and then also for BIA as well. And there was a lot of representatives and senators that we met with that were really open to that idea because they said, well, that's an idea. And they did ask, like, what would that look like? And I told them that we can give them the numbers for Navajo, but I don't know what the actual numbers are for Indian country as a whole. But just be mindful that that's one thing that we have been pushing for, because if we can get the mandatory spending for just our contract support costs, and the 105L, I think that that would actually save us millions. And if we can add to that to also, you know, do something for settlements, I think that that would leave more money within the budget for BIA and BIE so that we can address these issues. So what can we do at this point to, I guess, when we sit down with Congress, like what are some maybe words that we could use to ask for this for settlement, specifically for settlement? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Eugenia. And one suggestion that I have just off the top of my head is that while there was a lot of, I think, critical feedback about the president's budget, FY27 budget from tribes, this may be one aspect in that request that you all can support, which was there was a $58 million request for the Wallapai water rights settlement in the president's budget that was there last year as well, but Congress did not provide those funds. So we are accumulating a greater settlement obligation the longer we go without actually getting those funds for those settlements in an appropriation bill. So that's one suggestion, Eugenia, is that maybe that is something that within this budget that you all can support, is the fact that the president did include that Wallapai settlement amount in the budget. And I really appreciate you raising the first issue about the 105L and contract support how do I describe this issue? It is currently not a mandatory appropriation. It is an indefinite appropriation that every year continues to grow, especially with the popularity of the 105L leases growing exponentially. I think we have over $500 million right now in renewals across almost 1,400 leases, but we have a queue of almost 2,700 leases, which could total in the billions. If that remains in the discretionary side of the budget, that will continue to squeeze our caps and our authorized caps. So it is a good idea to have Congress consider moving the contract support in 105L out of the discretionary side of the budget into the mandatory so that it doesn't squeeze us on all the other programs. Because those 105Ls, we're doing hundreds of them every year. Cody Seaton, who's on Jason Bruno's team, has a small team of a half a dozen, or maybe 8 or 9 people now. We've staffed up, and of course, everybody is in the queue. Everybody has multiple leases they want to get done, and that's going to continue to grow those renewal amounts. I think the budget had estimated $150 million additional this year in the president's budget, and it could be even more than that. Ultimately, it's an indefinite appropriation, so whatever we actually negotiate and execute on 105L, we can go back to Treasury and get the funding, but it becomes a fixed cost as part of our baseline, and it will squeeze our discretionary side of the budget. So it's a very good kind of something we need to be aware of. There's this looming future of growing 105L obligations that Congress needs to figure out how to pay for and not squeeze our discretionary programs.
So, but how much is,
Yeah, thanks, Eugene.
Thank you. So that was actually years of trying to figure out what we can do to try to address the budget issues. So in terms of the contract support costs and the cost for 105L, what are we looking at? Like, what is that cost? Because again, when we sat down with SCIA, they said, that's an idea. And they said, well, like, what are you looking at in terms of your numbers? And I said, well, I can give you Navajo's numbers, but I don't know, like, the full number across the board. I said, I think that would, obviously is a question for Department of Interior. I don't know if they would ask you guys that question. So what is that number so that we can at least say, hey, this is a recommendation that we're making right now that will save funding within our pots, but we don't know that number. Yeah. For both contract support costs and then 105L.
Yeah. So we can get you the number on contract support pretty quickly and easily because although I will admit we are behind all the regions, and I apologize to all the tribal leaders here, you all probably are owed contract support from prior year from us, largely because of our capacity to do contract support is diminished. We have just under 50 awarding officials and another 20 ISD specialists for the whole country, so we don't have enough capacity. That's actually one of the first things we'll be advertising. You'll see hitting USA Jobs, our ISD specialists, to build that capacity so we can catch up contract support. But it's generally in the $300 to $330 million range nationally in contract support. The 105L, we can't give that to you accurately because a lot of the submissions that we have from the tribes are incomplete. So we don't have the full value of what that lease obligation would potentially be. We do know we have about 2,700 applications in the queue, but we're still working with each of those tribes to make sure it's a complete, perfected application, and then we'll have that estimate. One thing we are investing in on the 105L side, and this is largely due to the leadership of Secretary Burgum because he's a former tech CEO, we are building a software solution and tool to assist Cody and his team so that we can actually pull that data pretty quickly from when the submission goes in from the tribe. Right now, it's still a manual process, and we're actually we're working with a tech company to build out that it's really a software app for him. And as part of that, there will be a dashboard that would be able to give us those numbers. But he roughly estimated, I asked him that same question that you just asked me, how much are we talking here out of those 2,700? And he said it could be as much as $2 billion. $2 billion. So we'll need to see, I don't want you all to take that to the bank quite yet because it's incomplete, but that's the potential range. And if you just looked at during the first Trump administration, when we did the very first 105L, it was 0, and today we have 500 million. So you're talking about, what, 6-7 years now, we've gone from 0 to $500 million in 105L lease payments. And those are kind of indefinite appropriations. That's a shall pay, right? The law says shall. And so those are fixed costs for us going forward that we need to plan with Congress for. So Ken and I and Billy, we've talked at length about this. This is a big, it's like the national debt. Like, it's a big thing we see coming that we've got to, like, as a country, we got to address because the popularity is growing. People are using 105L to construct things rather than waiting for the BIA to get the construction dollars because it's much quicker and you control your ability to build, right? So it is a kind of an upcoming issue that we're aware of. So I appreciate you raising it, Eugenia. Thank you.
And just want to clarify one thing. Fixed cost is something different than what you're explaining.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not the count, so I think she's saying that I shouldn't use the word fixed cost. What I mean is colloquially, it's something we're obligated to pay.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you.
So maybe it's not a fixed cost. I didn't mean it in the accounting technical term. I meant it that it's something that we have to pay. Sorry. Thank you for clarifying.
Good afternoon, Derek Leslie, Tribal Education Director, White Mountain Apache. I wanted to bring to the attention of TIBIC the ongoing issue with JOM per pupil spending. It's going to continue to be an issue. The per pupil spending currently, our concern is that as the student count continues to rise and JOM funding remains flat, that the per pupil will get smaller and smaller and decrease to all the contracts. And so we aside from a legislative fix, we were looking at different solutions to address this issue. And I did want to read for the record the law that says, part of the Modernization Act law that says, the Secretary may make recommendations for legislation to increase the amount of funds available per eligible Indian student through contracts under this act to equal to or greater than the amount of funds that were available per eligible Indian student through contracts under this act for fiscal year 1995. And so, I mean, it goes on a little bit more, but basically we need more money for JOM. Otherwise, all of our contracts are going to continue to shrink. And so I wanted to bring that to your attention. And I know we were having ongoing conversations with Tony and Sharon and the rest of the BIE team. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Derek, and you're exactly right. And if anyone has JOM contracts, if there's not a plus up, the numbers are going up. The National Johnson O'Malley Modernization Act is in effect. So now we are actually funding based off of student counts, and we're seeing increases every year. And we anticipate we're going to continue seeing increases. So unless Congress gives us a plus up in JOM, I think right now we're hovering around $64 a student. So unless we see a plus up, it's going to continue to go down. So again, I think it was stated today, our job is to give you that information. So if there's any information that we can give you, let us know, because we have all the figures.
Just since we're having this conversation about other budgetary items, I just want to make a plug for 477. I'm not looking to have that conversation right now. If your position is still the same about that compared to what the department's position was before in terms of its authority and discretion, I just want to refresh that conversation again to talk about that some more, because if it hasn't changed, where we stand in disagreement with how the department is interpreting that. So I just want to make a plug for that as well.
Thanks, Kiki. Yeah, I think there are still ongoing conversations, not only here at Department of Interior, but with the other affected agencies of 477 around how the nexus to workforce development and training will be applied under the law, and that exclusive authority the Secretary of Interior has in determining whether a program from another agency is applicable and eligible for inclusion in a plan. So there's still ongoing conversations about that.
Yeah, and what I would just say, and I would just tie that to the conversation that we've had today and yesterday, if we're going to all agree, which I think we do, that funding levels are woefully underfunded, then that's when you start in the immediate term looking at other ways to maximize flexibility. And 477 offers one of those arenas to maximize flexibility. So we would just hope that that's kind of part of the conversation. And I understand that there are other agencies who are part of this conversation, but they don't occupy the role that the department does in the decision-making that happens with 477. So again, I'm not looking to debate that here, other than to just raise that and maybe a follow-up meeting that we can have a conversation about that.
Happy to do that, Kiki. All right, we still have 5 more minutes to reflect on the 28 priorities and proposal. Yeah, please, yeah, go ahead.
The issue of JOM came up, and I know there are many issues with that. One thing that we have in our reservation is some duplication of funding. There is another tribe that does not have land, but they are on our reservation, and in the JOM space, they offer that service, we offer that service. It is duplicative funding, and so that is one area that needs some research.
And Janice, if we could get the tribes, we definitely look into that, because I am familiar with the situation that has come up, but I'm not aware of any duplicate services. So, but we'd be happy to look into that if we get that information.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if I got to press it. Is that on? Okay. I'm going to say about Indian education that we're underfunded. And yesterday we talked about what DOD is funded at, which is double. And we think that if there's an equal education opportunity for Indian students, they'll be more successful in life. And we need that funding for our Indian students, and we need JOM because our different schools have different funding sources. So we really need to work on the JOM, and we'll take that message back to our congressional delegations in the Great Plains. And if you can share the information with me, Tony, I'll appreciate it, and we'll make sure we get it out to all the tribes. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, Mark Van Norman, that was Mark Van Norman. It's anyone else? All right, I think we have a plan for the 28 submission. We will look forward to seeing that from the tribes and TIBIC by June 5th, if possible, so that we can brief Assistant Secretary Kirkland prior to our submission to the department on June 12th. So thank you all for that. So we have 1 more hour, and we have on the agenda, we reserved this to talk a little bit about moving forward, what's next with TIBIC. And so I think we, the team here has had some conversations, so I'm going to ask maybe Randy for you to maybe recap what you just tried to pass to me prior to starting here. But I think tomorrow we're going to regroup on the federal side to debrief what we learned today as we wait for the court recorder to get us the transcripts so that we can actually do some analysis around some of the themes we heard from all the various testimony we had yesterday, and then we are planning on scheduling a follow-up debrief next week with the co-chairs. We will ultimately be trying to work with the co-chairs to get to the full TIBIC body a proposal of some kind of how TIBIC will move forward. And because there was a lot of really great ideas yesterday, just me, if I can just take the privilege of them, since I have the mic, including a virtual option so that those tribes that want to be engaged but can't afford to travel can at the very least listen in to the conversations that happen, at least at the 2 full-day TIBIC meetings. I don't know about the subcommittees if that's going to be possible or cost efficient, but at least for the 2 full-day TIBIC meetings any tribal leader, any elected official, any tribe could listen in virtually. That was a very good idea that I will likely advocate for, including moving forward. There are other very good ideas around representation. How do we be more inclusive? How many, maybe we have more than just the one in Indian country. Maybe we do 2 in Indian country and only 1 in DC, which maybe has a cost efficiency there too. I don't know. But there's a lot of those kind of things that we're going to work on over the coming weeks in coordination with the co-chairs. And then ultimately our goal is probably by the end of June, getting a proposal out to the full TIBIC body to modify the protocols and the process for the foreseeable future. Then we can potentially roll that into the 27 amendments we have to do on the protocols anyways, right? Like it's due to be amended in 27 anyways. So that's maybe just, I think, high level what we were thinking. Randy, anything I get wrong there? Please correct me.
No, you nailed it. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree, Brian. I had talked briefly with Randy about how we could put a small group together, take a look at the protocols based on what we heard yesterday, and put together a draft and vet it with the TBIC group and of course, the Interior, so that we can have something to look at our next TBIC meeting. So that would be good. On my to-do list is Matt and I are going to work on using the 27 priority list that we've agreed to use for 28, and then that we'll draft up a letter. In my notes, I have that we will underscore the importance of the treaties, the trust obligation, the impact of cost of living, that's an impact on the communities, the transportation issues that was raised by everybody, and the hardship, the unemployment issues that tribes are struggling with, and the large land-based tribe and their particular challenges for large land-based tribes, the CSC issue and the 105L, the importance of it, education in schools, public safety, judicial issues, underscoring the probate problems and challenges, and JOM, that was part of the education question that was raised. And I want to add in there that we'll underscore what we think is the importance of rebooting the White House Council on Indian Affairs, that thing. So we'll put a draft. We're going to vet it with our TBIC leadership and get it to you by June 5. One idea, it's late in the game to try to get a meeting. We had a meeting scheduled in August. It's kind of late to try to schedule something with one of these resorts. Maybe we can consider doing it virtual, the subcommittees and the full committee. And then in November, use the same dates that we scheduled last year, which is, I can't remember, the first week of November. And then use that one to try to reboot and get back together again in person. Just as an idea, and I want to just float it by you guys to think about. And then Ken said that he was going to talk to Billy as soon as he gets back about the idea of getting the contract out for facilitating.
Yeah, I was just going to add that little note that I do think we want to be very quick about the third-party facilitation decision and getting it out so that we can see who may be available to do that. So, but yeah, I think a virtual option, since we are not too far removed from the pandemic, we're all versed in that. Maybe we can pull that together for the August meeting.
I also want to remind everyone here and also that's listening that comments, for improvement of TIBIC are still open, and they will be open until May 29th, which is next Friday. And you can, put your written form into tibikimprovement@bia.gov.
So that's a good point. So we won't have a draft proposal until we've analyzed all the comments that we received. So it'll be June before we start developing the proposed changes to TIBIC.
Well, outside of that, we just need more money.
Thank you. I just want to say, this process has been extremely different. I appreciate the time for all the tribes to be able to come and speak, but they also have that opportunity when we have our Native caucus prior to our tribal caucus before we meet with the BIA side of this operation. So I want to remind them that they're all invited to those types of sessions so we can air out everything here and come united when we meet with BIA. That part of the process is important. You know, I always liken it to, you know, I can fight with my sister, but I'll be darned if I'm going to let somebody else say something about my sister. And that's the way it is amongst ourselves here, all of us. We're all relatives here, and we need to stand together, especially in this administration, to be able to keep things from falling apart. We shouldn't be fighting over those pennies, but we should be searching and fighting for those billions that are due to us. To be treated the same as non-tribal citizens in regards to school, in regards to public safety, in regards to our roads. And that's just some of this data that we had readily available and put into this larger ask that we keep pushing forward. So I just want you guys to know that we do work to, as was brought up from the Little Navajo, that when we're in this position, we're not just looking out for our own states, our own regions. We're here and responsible for looking out for each other. I take those stories that I hear from committee meetings and take them back. I use them at NCAI, I use them at AFN, I use them everywhere where I'm advocating, and at the USDA TAC, et cetera, sharing those stories and moving them forward, trying to better the life of our tribes across the nation. I feel that there's been a concerted effort to I guess, say that NCAI hasn't been fair and just throughout the budget process. And I don't think that's right. NCAI, Matt, Tyler Scribner, and I forget who before that, they worked hard for us and remain neutral. They take exactly what we say, and each region reviews those budgets that we put forward, like this letter that's going to come out next week, and we approve it because it's exactly what we said in this body. So I just wanted to put that out there and have it on the record that I feel that this isn't appropriate and to say that it's politicized. Nobody's more ostracized by NCAI than the Alaska tribes in this coming year. The annual meeting is scheduled now for in the middle of AFN, which is our largest gathering. All 229 tribes come to Anchorage to meet, and NCAI's meeting is during that time. And I'm not happy about it, but I certainly appreciate the fairness and justness that we have here in this room with the budget facilitation. So yeah, I'm going to have to choose between whether I stay in Anchorage and continue to fight for my subsistence rights, or to go to NCAI and fight for all 229 tribes. And I think that's what I'm going to be doing. And so those are hard decisions that we have to make. And I don't agree with, you know, some of the certain leadership at the top there, but we have in this room with this body, I think NCAI has been fair and just to all of our tribes in our budget process. And I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. But I also want to just remind everybody, Ken was just reminding me, Billy got confirmed October last year, and it took a long time for him to get confirmed. It just was a struggle by the administration, one, to identify somebody, and they finally identified Billy, and it took a long time for him to get confirmed. And it happened right before the shutdown. The shutdown screwed up everything in the fall, and it screwed up our timing for our typical meetings that we have, and it threw everything into a little bit of a tailspin. And I think what we're doing now, Ken, correct me if I'm wrong here, we're rebooting. And then the first question that Billy and Ken and the leadership is asking is, do we like TBIC, or do we, if we want to keep TBIC, which is the answer is yes, what do we need to do to improve it? And I think we got a whole bunch of really good recommendations yesterday. So we'll go to work on that, on putting a draft on the protocols that guides us on how we do our work and how we communicate. And the communication was, what I heard, was one of the big ones in terms of coordination, communication on the subject matter, the topics you want to talk about, et cetera. So I know that's what Randy also wants to identify is, what do we want to talk about at our next TBIC meeting? So that is something I think is really important. So the good news is we're back, and we just got to reboot, you know, our program, our process, so that we can be a better advocate and be a stronger advocate to get more resources. So nobody's happy with the proposed budget. So we're here to fix it and be a better champion, as a couple of you already said. So, Randy?
So with that, thank you for reminding me, Ron. Agenda items for next meeting, whether this meeting is virtual or in person or whatever. But anyway, agenda items. You know, there's a complaint out there about, you know, a timely agenda, and you're absolutely right. Just for example, for this meeting, I mean, you know, the agenda came out super late, and it's hard to prepare for, and I totally understand that. So I'm proposing, you know, for this would be, you know, one of the steps in improving TBIC is let's start talking about agenda items before we adjourn, you know, each meeting. So if you have anything as far as an agenda item, please let me know now, and I'll write it down for next time.
Thank you for that, Randy. So one recommendation is spending more time on the budget. I really liked that we spent more than 2 hours on the budget. So if we can keep maybe 4 hours or longer talking about the budget, and I know that we don't have some tribal leaders who are present right now, and apologies, because you guys are going to have to go back and try to recap on that budget process. I mean, you guys put it on the screen there showing us, you know, how the budget process works. And that was, you know, it was a good refresher, but for new leadership who comes in, that's probably like something that they need to focus on, which is this budget that, like just the process, right? Starts from Trump, in this case, proposing his budget. You guys are Department of Interior, so you guys are under him. You have to basically accept that budget, and you can still advocate for more funding from us, but then that goes to House. Now, you know, they do their markups, but they also do their committee hearings. So, you know, everybody knows the process. I mean, everybody in here, as tribal leaders, you should know the process. Otherwise, you know, I don't get educated. But I think that that was very helpful like if we have more time talking about the budget, because then, you know, we can really talk about where those needs are. So that would be very helpful. And that's really why we come out to travel, is to talk about that budget and where those shortfalls all are. And then it also gives us the opportunity to talk about maybe things that are happening in the community, in terms of like, I think somebody had brought up like the California fires, you know, I mean, those are things that might be happening at that time where we might need additional fundings that we can bring forward, or, you know, something that may have happened in the region that needs immediate attention. So just more time to, for budgeting. Thank you.
Quick question, did you say that we should kind of briefly go over the budget process? Or no, just budget stuff?
Yeah, like just kind of your recap of the budget process.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, even though you guys went through that today, there were still comments made about, you know, frustration.
Use the mic, we can't hear the back.
Yes, so even though you guys went through the budget process today, even though we have been educated on that, you know, for the last few years, there's still comments that are being made regarding like the budget and where that breakdown is happening, you know, and so I think that it's important that we keep having that, and that we reiterate over and over and over again, this is the process. And it's, you know, it's like really what, a year and 3 months process to get this budget through, or to is it 2 years? Yeah, basically 2 years, yeah. And then where TBIC, you know, really kind of falls into place in this process. And then when is the best time to be advocating on the Hill right now? I mean, right now we know it's now, right? I mean, now we should be, tribal leaders should be meeting with Congress right now. We all know that. You know, it's not usually in the winter because they're already pretty much done. It's now. So those kind of things, I think it's helpful for the new tribal leaders who are coming in to say, like, this is where TBIC falls into place. This is when you should be advocating on the Hill. You know, this is when you should be sitting down with OMB, you know, with White House, letting them know what your budget is. You know, just kind of that breakdown. I think that that's very helpful. I think that some of us in here, majority of us, know that process, but it's always just good to reiterate it so that we can keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if that could be a pre-session, you know, so it doesn't take up actual meeting time, but the afternoon before or something. Not a subcommittee, but just a pre-session for folks that show up. They have that opportunity to sit through that process for that refresh.
Possible.
Yeah, and if
But I think that Eugenia wants to make sure that even if we have a side meeting, that we have a report out for the full body.
Well, and if I may, Ron, it takes me I have to hear something 7 times before it actually like registers in my brain. So it does, I think, help to just make sure that we touch at a high level. And I had a few of you actually catch me during the break about how valuable you all found that conversation around the tribal shares history that we have. And so maybe we'll have that as a topic to dive a little deeper about how you all get to your 638 numbers, why your TPA, why are you getting that money that you currently have in your contracts or your self-governance annual funding agreements. Because a lot of that ties back to those 90 tribal shares. And so maybe we can do a session on that. So going not only the high level budget, but digging deeper into the history around how we got here. Cecilia, please.
Thank you so much. So some of the members of the Subcommittee on Education are respectfully requesting for the next TBAC meeting, including the agenda, a review of the current ranking tool, and some recommendations we'd like to make to change that, okay? Thank you. And before I go, I just wanted to thank each and every one of you so patiently sitting there and listening to us. So I appreciate you very much. Thank you.
One of the things, Brian, and Randy, unless you guys object, we need to keep those subcommittees because they do deeper dives. And then so we need to keep their reports on the full TBIC, so they can summarize the discussion and the recommendations that come out of those committees. So I think that's critically important. And I would also say that because we heard the 105 and CSE issue, but I'd like to add to those two the IBC, the Interior Business Center, because they negotiate the indirect cost rate, and our understanding is they're backed up big time. That's a huge problem for tribes, for those tribes who are at the end of their 4 years under indirect cost rate.
There are other alternatives, Ron, though, too. Even if you have an expired indirect rate, there are other alternatives to pay out lump sum and other opportunities. Part of that is making sure that our awarding officials and ISD staff are aware of the full range of opportunities they have. So I have had a number of tribes approach me about their BIA staff telling them they have to take the de minimis rate. That is not accurate. So part of it is just we've got to do a better job training our teams and getting them aware of the full range.
So you're saying that's not accurate then?
You do not have to have the de minimis. There are 3 or 4 options around contract support if you have an expired indirect rate.
Just a plug again for a senior OMB official, somebody who can actually have some flexing authority from these conversations. I do want to double down on Eugenia's point. I think part of the challenge that, at least from my seat that I've seen over the years, is there's a lot of coming and going in this space, right? And I think too often there is an assumption that everybody comes prepared with the foundational knowledge to engage in these conversations, and they're not. So whether it's a pre-session or whatever, we've got to, or whether it's spending an hour, whatever it is that we decide, there needs to be, for the benefit of everybody who's in the space, just kind of that, before we have these conversations, here's some setting of familiarity for everybody so we can engage in a more appropriate way. I do believe that that conversation earlier on shares was extremely important, because a lot of misinformation in dialogue comes from just not knowing. And I think we all know that this is a very complex space. They often compare this to IRS code and its complexity. On top of the rules are always changing, the regulations are always changing, the policies are always changing. So it's a lot to keep up with. And it's by no circumstance that the people who are knowledgeable about it have been doing it for years, because they've had the benefit of knowing and learning it for years. There's a lot to know when an elected leader gets on day one, right? And it's impossible to know all that on day one, or an advocate for that matter. I do ask that when we get to the budget space, despite that we did take a little bit more time today, Eugenia, it was at the calling of that slowdown, right? So we shouldn't be running through those slides. That's the moment when we're supposed to be talking about what's actually going on, right? So if you go back and look at your slides, there were some things that were happening that weren't stated in bold, right? So we'll bold this X number of dollars increase, but we're not bolding, but this is actually a net negative loss of $12 million, right? So whether we agree on it or not is beside the point. The point of just being transparent with that, so we know what's going on, so we can have those conversations. So the more that we can slow that down would be appreciated.
Yeah, let's go to Buster, and then we'll go to Melanie next.
So I know Ron laughed when he said we need more money, but I think it was a sarcastic laugh, right, Ron? He can't hear me. No, I mean, it is true, and it's, which, I don't know if we want to have an agenda item or some discussion about it. You know, Keith's talked about the tribal Marshall Plan, you know, to get the tribes back to where they need to be. Maybe something like that needs to have some discussion. Again, I'll talk about, you know, we need infrastructure funding. You've heard me talk about tribes that have the ability to build a revenue streams for themselves to become self-sufficient somewhat. Obviously, Brian, you know where I live, and it's, my dad worked in the lumber mills for 40 years. I worked my way through college, coming back, never had a student loans. Now they're gone. Now they're gone. That economy is gone, and it shouldn't be gone. And it's no fault to the tribes. It was mismanagement that was forced. Now, I say that now, but I'm also very encouraged with what I see with the Forest Service and the collaboration and what's happening right now. They also, too, you heard me talk about Randy, former Chief Randy Moore and his proclamation. True story says we need to work together and we need to learn about tribal ecological knowledge. We need to learn how the knowledge of reducing those fields was passed down from generation to generation. That story. So funding to, infrastructure funding to kickstart that again, so we can get equipment and start the logging again. There's a right way to do it, so when you go in there, you don't destroy the creeks and streams, you enhance them. That improves the life of the river, things like that. So if again, I'm talking about agenda items, that may be something for the land, water, natural resources. I assume if we're going to do virtual, we'll also do the subcommittees. And if that's the case, I'm seeing a yes. If that's the case, we can have those discussions with TJ in the land, water, natural resources. We co-chair that. And for Director Dearman, Tony, I look into it again. Again, I know there's a moratorium put on tribally controlled schools a long time ago. I hate to keep harping about it. I know it would be beneficial to the Karuk tribe where we live. I don't know if we're ever going to get rid of I don't know how to say it other than the racism that lingers, and that the kids with long hair or want to wear a tribal necklace or want to do graduation, it's still opposed, and they're still laughed at by the kids. And that doesn't come from the kids, it comes from the parents. We all know that. But I think we hope it eventually go away, but it's still there after all these years. A tribally controlled school would benefit us. And I know it's the cost, and right now you're into the maintenance of these tribally controlled schools and other BIE schools, and there's a big cost. But if there's only a couple, if we could send that response, would a tribe benefit from the tribally controlled school? And if there's only a couple response, maybe it could be done. Obviously, if there's a big response and we need them all over, but I'm not sure that happened. But anyway, they just maybe look into it. I'm thinking that some of the other tribes or reservations, reservations already have BI, but the reservationless tribes, the ones that don't, students attend public schools. Because to my knowledge, the last report we had is it was in the 90th percentile of Native American students attend public schools. So anyway, maybe we could look into that and have some of that discussion. Thank you. And thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Buster. Melanie, please.
Thank you. Is this working? Okay. Melanie McFalls, Tribal Chairman for the Walk River Paiute Tribe and new Tibic representative. So I wanted to just share that I'm the new Western Region Tibic representative. I'm here with Jenny Hatch. She's the chairman of Yerington Paiute Tribe. She's the alternate rep. And the second rep is Randy Lone Eagle from Summit Lake, tribal chairman. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody is aware of that. So anybody in the Western region, I will share my information with our regional director, Jessie Durham, and maybe she could share that information out. I'm hoping to have a more communicative relationship with all the tribes I represent to make sure that I'm bringing their issues to the table. So I just want you to be aware of that. Also, I appreciate the conversation. There's a lot of issues that our tribes have, and I hope that, making the process better, being a first-time TIBIC rep and seeing what I experienced last year, I know that it can be improved. But also I have some questions myself as being new. So when there are new members and maybe a new updated listing of TIBIC reps can be sent out to all tribal leaders so they know who is representing them, that would be good. And second is, do I replace the original TIBIC reps in their positions under these subcommittees, and what are those? I would like a list of those too. Also, what happens if there's, are there any changes in seats? Is it only during the seat of my leadership? And also our co-chairs, their terms end ever, or any other positions, and what is the process for that? Thank you.
Thanks, Melanie. And a lot of that is spelled out in the protocols that we have from the TIBICs. But again, we're going to be revisiting those protocols, I think, here in the next month. And so if you have ideas, Melanie, and others have ideas about how to stagger or how often, or the number of reps, right? Like there were some ideas yesterday about increasing the number of reps from the regions, right? So I think those are all under consideration here in the next coming weeks. But yeah, you can see in the TIBIC protocol, like the existing kind of rules, if you will.
Hi, Brian. So I just had a suggestion. I was thinking about what you were talking about being cost effective and maybe having 2 meetings out in Indian country, which is fine. And I've heard yesterday even people talking about 3 or 4 meetings a year. And you said instead of just having 1 here, it's less cost effective being here in DC. But at the same time, this is a lot of times when we come to advocate up on the Hill. And so when we're advocating for more money, and we're not able to be here, that's a problem. So, is it possible that we can have subcommittee meetings virtual like the week before? And then have the TIBIC meetings being shorter? And I heard a suggestion of having 1 day for TIBIC members to be up on the Hill. I mean, then we could have maybe talking points or something to that effect when we're here in DC. Just a suggestion, maybe keeping 2 days in DC, but maybe shorter if we can do the subcommittees virtual. I don't know. I'm just a suggestion.
That is a possibility, and it would be more cost effective. The only challenge, is when you're face to face. You can exchange information, and sometimes you can have sidebar meetings, that kind of a thing. But as an option to try to be more cost effective and more timely, it's a possibility. And the idea of having meetings here in DC does allow many of our leadership to go up in the Hill, to champion their tribal issues or champion what we're advocating. So those are things we're going to have to talk through to see if we're going to change the way we're structured and the way we're structured and how we conduct our business. Subcommittees are needed because that's where you do the deep dive in those issues. And anyhow, that's my view.
I have one question. Who do I work with at your level for the HIP program? The slides went really quick, and I was paying attention to something else. And it was brought to my attention that, again, HIP is not in there, the HIP program. So who do I work with with you? Okay. We will be meeting. Okay.
Yeah, so the housing improvement program is under my organization, so you work with me, Courtney.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep, gotta go.
I got to do interpretation for Rhonda. Named Greg Abrahamson, Spokane Tribal Chairman and Northwest alternate. Thank you guys for being here, and thank you tribal leaders and tribal representatives. Thank you guys for being here. This is an important process. So as we go through this process, and as we've seen with FY27, so FY27, and I think Eugenia brought that up there and stuff there, it's unacceptable for us to accept that. And I think that if we don't do something, when she talked about a motion or something there, we need to have something documented. So that way that just proves more, because we went through this process with the subcommittees, we went through this process before to keep our budget moving up. And then as it gets cut like that, it isn't good because we're grossly underfunded already. So I really believe we have to disapprove it of what we're getting there and have it somehow in writing to where that way we can give it to the appropriators, saying that this committee here that we have in process here disapproves the budget that we have, that we went through all this work before to get it up to this level, that it has to be recognized there. I believe there and stuff there. So, and I know that, I think it was Eugene that brought that up earlier there and stuff there too. So I don't think we should accept it. I think that this body here should do it formally. However, we have to do it there to be able to let them know. So, because silence, a lot of them take it that you accepted it. And I don't think we should. So, thank you.
Thanks, Greg. So I think we have a path forward for the next couple weeks. We got a lot of work to do. I thought Michelle's idea is wonderful about the subcommittees maybe being virtual or a week ahead, so that there is the time that we are in person, there is time for those sidebar conversations or advocacy that the tribes may want to have. It's also very, frankly, demanding on federal staff, because we typically would send upwards of 60 federal staff for a full week, and we're trying to do all these services for you all back home, and when we pull people away, your services back home suffer, right? And we're trying to balance all that, right? So it is, I think there's a lot of great ideas here that we can work with over the coming weeks. You know, I do want to make sure that Ken, you know, who's our senior political person here today, gets an opportunity to maybe kind of reflect on what he sat through the last couple of days. And if I can, do you mind me putting you on the spot, Ken, and just kind of hear from you? Okay, he has a lifesaver. I timed it right when he put a lifesaver in his mouth. But I want to make sure we do hear from the Assistant Secretary's hallways, and I've been watching it. He's been listening intently, so I'm really curious what he'll share with us. So, turn it over to Ken.
Thanks, Brian. First of all, I'd just like to echo the thoughts that, you know, I'm thankful that you guys are all here, and those of you that stuck it out to the end. You know, it's a travail sometimes, but it shows that you're committed to this idea. You know, it's nice to be here in these situations. I see guys like Mark Van Norman back there. I can remember when me and him were the youngest guys in the meetings. So that tells you something about how long ago that was. And I've known this guy
What's
for...
he laughing at?
Yeah. Yeah. He was one of the younger guys in the meeting, not the young guys in the meeting. But all that to say that, you know, what's been shared here, we're actually going to get together tomorrow and go through this and analyze, you know, what we think we need to do going forward. But I do think it's a very important process. I do think, and one of the reasons I took this job after being a tribal attorney is just I guess the sense of my part that there's some actual practical realities that face tribes these days, just as far as, you know, how things are in the world we live in. So with that being said, it was very interesting to me to hear related to, I think, what might be a little bit of a glitch in the system that we haven't maybe recognized before, is like you guys bringing this information to us, budget formulation, then as Brian was talking about, the four corners of what OMB requires us to stick things in, and then what Congress ends up with, right? So I see that as a potential where we can maybe fix things a little better, because I don't think the story that we all want to tell to Congress is really getting completely transmitted to them in a way that reflects what your priorities are. So there seems to be, you know, some work we can do there. And I think that's the biggest point that I take away from there. I do know that and I mentioned it earlier, that, you know, we're committed to the TIBIC concept. And it was just unfortunate how everything with the government shutdown and Billy not getting here till October 7th just kind of put us on our heels as far as timeframes, and we want to make up for that lost time, certainly. And, you know, one thing that's interesting to hear, which I was aware of, but how it was articulated, that, you know, there's 575 of us, and we all have differences. And when you talk about these formulas, you know, those things, I remember when those things were developed back in the 90s, and it was kind of haphazard, and from what I recall. But, you know, that's an important thing, is to those formulas and how we could make them more equitable, to be more reflective of tribal situations. So all this to say that I really do think that going forward, this is an important thing to endeavor to try to figure out how we can make it more meaningful. And I do know, I don't take offense, and in fact, I kind of appreciate it when people get like passionate about their situations. You know, I've lived through tribal council meetings for 35 years, so that's really nothing new to me. But you know, sometimes you might see my face get a little red, but that's my high blood pressure, right? But anyway, all this to say, once again, that I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I know having Mr. Olson here, I think that's a good indication of, you know, the commitment from upstairs on that, because we just kind of drug him into this. I mean, we should have given him a little bit more notice about it, but I know, talking to him yesterday, he was very encouraged about this effort. So I guess our pledge would be that continue down this path. You know, these two right here are, you know, they work a lot of extra hours on this, and, you know, I think everyone, we should give them a round of applause, actually, for all their hard work. And I know they're going to continue that, so I would just say, carry on, and let's keep up the good fight.
And to piggyback off the kudos to Randy and Sharon, Kara John and Anita Personius, also, and other volunteers on our staff here at Main Interior, did a really great job. It is a little bit of a challenging room to hold a TIBIC, so I do think we'll probably not do it again here in the auditorium. Just not very comfortable, right? So we'll take that feedback to heart as well. But, you know, I'll turn to the co-chairs and see if you all have any final comments and thoughts while we wrap up. But we do need to be out of here in about 15 minutes or so. So any closing remarks from the tribal co-chairs?
Well, thanks, Brian. I'll kick it off and turn it over to Lisa. Eric had to leave early. He had to get back to Alaska, so that's why he had to leave this afternoon. I'm just thankful that we're here. And I just call it reboot. I think Ken made the point of how we got out of sync for a variety of political reasons and stuff out of our control. But I think that the numbers that came and the numbers that are online, people forget there's a whole bunch of tribes that are online listening in to keep track of what we're doing and how we're going to try to reboot. So I'm very encouraged. I think that the idea that we might use some hybrid options to improve our efficiency and improve time efficiency, et cetera, that might be a consideration. And I thought that the tribes did a great job of underscoring the urgency of the needs of all of our communities. Small tribes, large tribes, and all the issues in between. Cecile and the school education program. They did a great job of underscoring that, you know, with regard to working with Tony and his team. So that transportation, it came up again and again and again. So we know it's a hot issue. So I think that we just need to keep underscoring why that's so important. And that overlaps with schools. I mean, how many times have we heard transportation is essential to get our kids to school safely? So anyhow, I'm just very happy that we're here, and I share Ken's comment that for those who hang in here for the duration, I know sometimes these things are long days, but they are what they are to help us understand each other's challenges. Lisa?
Thank you, Ron. Yeah, I just, you know, when we scheduled the November TVIC meeting, like, what, 3 or 4 times? So we weren't very well informed about the budget either, and I want to thank NCI for getting the budget task force together, and Matt Vogel, he's been already ready, available for any questions, and getting us together to get to put our budget together and kind of have a pre-caucus meeting before this. So I also want to thank the staff for having us here today, and all of you tribal members that came down, and I'm looking forward to next week for the debriefing. I think that we'll had a lot of good comments. I liked hearing from everybody and getting everybody's ideas and coming together. So everybody have a safe travel home, and we'll get some word out when we get that debriefing through. So thank you.
Yeah, TJ, I was going to give you the comment, but I was also going to ask you, maybe you could close us out with a song. Would that be too much to ask?
Yeah, I can do that too, but
okay.
Chairman, co-chairs, I just want to make sure that my colleague Greg Abramson's request for the TIBIC body, I just wanted to clarify that. Greg, is that what you're requesting, that the TIBIC body make a formal statement on the record? I don't know what the language would be, but that we don't accept, I guess, that budget. So, you know, do we have a process for that? I don't even know if we have enough representatives here to do a vote right now, but I want to make sure we don't lose that.
We never went in
That was the intent of the letter that we're going to vet with everybody.
Okay.
Is to make that statement.
Okay. That's clear. Thank you.
Great. Well, with everyone's permission, TJ, I appreciate it if you would end us out here with the song. It'd be great.
All right, thank you, everyone. My name's TJ Green, Chairman for the Makah Tribal Council. I'm going to do a prayer. In our customs, you know, we're Nuchanuth people. We're the only Nuchanuth in the United States. All of our relatives are on the west coast of Vancouver Island. And we call this a Sika. You know, it's a prayer to our God, to our Creator. So pray in your own way, as we always say, and it's what the prayer talks about is to be of a good heart, to be of one mind, to be led down the righteous path, you know, closer to your God, closer to your Creator, and then acknowledges the teachings of our ancestors. So I want to share that with you. Appreciate you all standing. In Nuchanuth culture, you don't stand when someone prays unless you're related to them. So,
brother, we're all related.
So I might show up for, you know, that feast or, yeah. If I'm on your couch in the morning, you know why. All right. Teku Kochakachke. Dao Kochakachke. Yeah, Itias is the clear. Dao Kochakachke. The box the cheer. Go. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Please travel safe home. Thanks for coming.
Please look at me. You know I got you. I told you. You know I got you. Oh my God, I just saw the shirt. Oh my God. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Dave told her she couldn't make the meeting, she needed to talk.